Good morning, everybody. We've got a very busy schedule, so we're going to start on time. So welcome to Vienna. You've arrived at exactly the right time of the year. Lots of Christmas markets out there, lots of very festive season here in the city. Thank you very much for all of you for being such active members of PULSAR as a community. I am beginning to recognize some of you from the last events. Very much look forward to getting to know you all better. The principal thing I'd like to announce today is that the PULSAR second phase of the program has been approved. We have very generous funding from our financing partners, the Swiss Economic Cooperation Office and our Ministry of Finance of Austria, who enable all of these activities to take place. And we have funding, I think, through to 2029. Is that not right? 2029. So, yes, indeed. Many thanks to them. So the plan is to start a work program from January next year. We're going to focus on the implementation of accrual counting across the public sector to improve decision-making, accountability and transparency across the public sector. And we're going to focus on two other particular areas. One is sustainability, which is an area which is very dear to my heart. I've been working on these issues and climate change for the last 20 years. And the other side is digitization. And actually, I remember from the event back in July, was it July or June? June, when somebody was speaking about AI, everybody went silent. There was total silence in the room as everybody was listening. And I could see all these brains working out, what does this mean for my job? And how is this going to affect me in the future? And I think this is one of the big waves and some of transformation that's going to happen in your profession over the next, well, not even a decade, in the next few years. I've increasingly started using AI to write my documents and edit reports and things, and I've suddenly realized how much it actually helps the work. So when they start using this for work in accounting, I think it's going to be transformational. One of the issues that's going to be absolutely essential for the profession as well is how to integrate the issues around sustainability. I was just talking to Ross just as we were starting about the implications of the new standard and how that's going to be applied. And the more questions I asked him, the more I realized that this is a massive, massive transformation and huge workload for the profession. So this is going to be an essential part of the work program for the PULSAR program. We do have a ministerial conference that's going to take place. I hope that you'll encourage your ministers to take part. It takes place on March the 18th in this very hotel. Glad to see that it's a good venue. There'll be workshops on the day before on accounting and auditing reform. There'll be a sustainability workshop, reporting workshop will take place on March the 19th, sorry. And both of those will be an opportunity to bring together representatives of the accounting profession in the private sector and the public sector. And I think there's increasing commonalities between the way that you're working as a profession in both the public and the private sphere. And I think this is an opportunity to see how we can build on those synergies to advance the agenda going forward. I think that the main objectives of this workshop are to discuss the latest developments in sustainability reporting and its implications, its massive implications for the public sector. To discuss good international practices in terms of accounting for the state-owned enterprises, how to make provisions for contingent liabilities applying IPSAS 19, how to deal with public-private partnerships using IPSAS 32. We'll have an update on the changes in the international education standards and how public sector accounting courses could be framed in education programs at the university level. We'll have an opportunity to share some of your good international practices and exchange experience on the proposed topics during the debates. I do encourage you all to be very active in the event. Please do share your experiences. That's what makes this a valuable process, bringing you all together. So we'll have an opportunity to discuss the future plans and next steps for the program as well. I think one of the things that we really want to focus on going forward is that this is the PULSAR is a program that is led by you and your country level, that you have a clear action plan of the activities that you want to implement at the country level, and we line up the resources to help you implement, both from the PULSAR grants, but also from our other financing operations that we have at the country level. We see that this public sector accounting is absolutely an essential part of our work, doing public sector reform across all of your countries. So we're here to help, and please focus on what you need, what the plan is for your country, what for the next year, and also for the longer term reform agenda, and how we can help you. So with that, I'll pass the floor to Fabian. Thank you.
Thanks much, Adrian, for the introduction and for setting the stage for 3 days. It's a great pleasure to be with you today. So to join the PULSAR community, I'm a bit the stepfather or stepmother of the PULSAR community covering ECA West. So it's the first time for me, great pleasure. Great to see also all this collaboration. And I really want to thank you all for the very strong collaboration with the WorldBank team. I got fantastic feedback from it, but also among members. And indeed, it's great to see all these country delegations represented, and the knowledge exchange, the sharing of experiences is very rich. Also, I would like to echo Adrian and thank our partners, Switzerland and Austria, the hosts, for supporting this important program and allowing also the knowledge spillovers even beyond the region. So that's, as you can hear also from colleagues working at the global units, there's really great interest from around the world, seeing what's happening actually here in ECA and in the PULSAR program. This work program is indeed very relevant, particularly during these uncertain times because of the impact of fiscal transparency. I'll talk briefly about 3 aspects. One, the impact, state-owned enterprises, and climate. But going first to the impact, I think we really see a huge potential financial and economic impact of this work on 3 fronts. One is, as studies show, a direct correlation between fiscal transparency and access to finance and borrowing costs. I think there have been different researchers such as Glenster and Shin, for instance, which even estimated the benefit to 11% reduction in borrowing costs for countries that increase their fiscal transparency. So it's a very worthwhile investment, as we know, but oftentimes we focus too much on the reforms, on the work, and not sufficiently on the impact that brings. And I think it's important to communicate about that. Another very important impact is really on the attractiveness and retention of foreign direct investments. And again, with all these uncertainties, the risk level have increased, and so investors, particularly in emerging markets, are looking for safer investments, particularly if it's in the non-extractive sector. And I think there's also different studies and interviews with potential investors and global firms from MIGA shows that there's a direct correlation also between fiscal transparency and the macro fiscal predictability and stability it brings in the investment decisions. So I think that's also very important. And last but not least, fiscal transparency is also very important for trust, not just of companies, but also of people, taxpayers, right? And so there's also a very strong correlation between knowing where the funds go, how they're being used, and the willingness to pay taxes. And I think that's also, given the fiscal situations these days, very important to maximize that. But maximizing this economic and financial benefits does require a whole of government approach and a balance sheet approach. And I think that's, as you certainly all know, the most important fiscal risks and liabilities actually off budget. They're coming from SOEs, for instance, state-owned enterprises. And when they hit the budget, it's a bit too late oftentimes. They're coming to a lesser extent from local governments, but they're also coming increasingly now from climate change. And I think that's something which we really look forward to discussing a bit more with you and working more with you, trying to see how a financial accounting reporting can have this whole of government and balance sheet approach. Indeed, if you look at state-owned enterprise, the state-owned enterprise sector, it has grown tremendously in the last 10 years. So it's quite interesting because particularly for the ECA region, so there have been different waves, but recently there has been an increase globally. state-owned enterprises now represent on average 50%, the assets represent around 50% of global GDP. So that tells you a bit about the order of magnitude. And they represent 25% of the 100 largest companies as well. So really important companies becoming more and more international, therefore even more risks, which eventually then come back to haunt the ministries of finance when that happens. So this does require actually a much stronger financial oversight, much more financial disclosure and reporting and transparency of state-owned enterprises to really measure and manage these fiscal risks. Climate is another important source of fiscal risks and costs. We just completed the Country Climate Development Report, the CCDR. I don't know if you've heard of them. So we try to see a bit what the impacts of climate change on an economy are and the different pathways and alternatives. So we just completed it for the Western Balkans. And the key findings are that the adaptation, the investments needed to adapt to the increasing climate shocks, just in the Western Balkans, is estimated at $37 billion. Right, so that's a big price tag. But the cost of non-action is even higher. It's estimated at 9% of GDP for the Western Balkans. So just giving you an order of magnitude of how these risks are. And again, these are risks which are not really truly reflected yet in public finances and in the way we manage public finances. Even at the World Bank, the climate change agenda made it only to our mission statement this year. And so now our focus is on fighting extreme poverty, ending extreme poverty and shared prosperity on a livable planet, with understanding that we cannot end poverty if people keep on being hit by climate shocks, right? And I think, so that's also one aspect which will work much more on at the CFRR, but also in PULSAR in particular, notably through the lens of sustainability reporting. There will be a panel right after, where we really would like to hear from you also what your experiences are and how you're adapting and mainstreaming that. It's great that we have the IPSAS board members with us, and that the IPSAS board has just issued also its exposure draft for sustainability reporting standards. At the end of the session, I'll be able to pronounce it correctly. Also, IFRS and the EU have just issued their corporate sustainability reporting standards, which also are particularly important for ECA countries, particularly ECA countries trading with the European Union. So it's good to have these standards now ready and being able to work on them. And I think that's where really we rely very heavily on the finance, accounting, and audit professionals that you are to actually help implement these standards. Last, maybe on a more positive note, when you look at country balance sheets, oftentimes they're undervalued. We find that countries and Ministry of Finance know much better what they owe, their liabilities, than what they own, their assets. And assets are oftentimes under-recorded, undervalued, under-optimized. So I think also leveraging the new IPSAS standards and the valuation of assets, there's really important benefits also we can derive from them. So we're looking forward to this workshop, to working through all these forward-looking themes with you and reflecting them in the action plan and paving the way to implement that. So thank you very much. I'll hand over to Arman, who will go deeper in the sustainability reporting issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabian. Thank you, Adrian, for bringing a big picture, a few good news. Just to recap, so PULSAR, because yesterday many of our members were asking what's the future of PULSAR. Yes, there is a future of PULSAR. So we have just confirmed 5-year program for PULSAR. And this is not only about the WorldBank, our donors, but this is thanks to you for your work and for your impact, which we do in your country and country level. And one important thing, which Adrian also noted, that we are going to add the PULSAR to change it, also to make it more country focused with the parallel country activities supporting our countries to advance. So this is going to be a change. And of course, on Thursday, we have a PULSAR steering committee meeting just to nail down those discussions. And thanks, Fabian, for bringing a big picture of, because there were questions, sustainability. Many of us already understand the importance, but also SOEs. And then we cannot anymore close eyes on that. And we all in this room have a key role to play. So with this, I'm very pleased just to move to our session on sustainability reporting, talking about the current status as well as the global developments with the standards. And I would like to invite Ross Smith, who is Program and Technical Director at IPSAS Board, Bernard Jutz, Senior Manager at PwC and former IPSAS Board member, Veronika Vakulenko, who is coming from the Norway Nord University Business School, and Lyudmila Yakopenko, who will also talk about Ukrainian transformation and sustainability side. And of course, Ian Carruthers, who is going to join us virtually. Thanks. Just to check if Ian, yes, we are going with Ian Carruthers, if the board chair to start. I know the recording is on, right? Just to check. So let's give the floor to Ian.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ian Carruthers. I'm chair of the International Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. PULSAR is one of the really important partner programs from the IPSAS perspective, and I'm sorry I'm not going to be able to join you in person today, but I'm very pleased that Ross Smith, who's our program and technical director, is able to join you in person and participate in this panel. 2024 has been a really busy year for the IPSAS, in particular in the area of sustainability reporting, where, as you all know, we recently published the exposure draft of what we hope will become our first standard on climate-related disclosures. But there's been a lot else going on during the year, and certainly I'd just like to draw your attention to the other exposure draft that we have out at the moment on tangible natural resources. This is also a really important development for the board. It's a draft of a entirely public sector specific standard in an important area for many governments. And certainly we see that as being relevant in terms of our future work in the area of sustainability reporting. And most recently, just last week, we published IPSAS 50 on exploration for and evaluation of mineral resources, again linked to our natural resources project. So please do have a look at those, and please do take the opportunity to respond to the exposure draft on natural resources. We really do value your comments, and we'll use those as we finalise that. So thinking about sustainability reporting, this has been one of the really important developments in terms of the board's work over the last few years. And you may recall back in 2022, we consulted on whether guidance was needed for the public sector, whether IPSAS should be the body to produce that, and also how should we go forward, in particular proposing to rely on the work of other international standard setters. And we got very good responses to that consultation paper, more than 95% agreement with most of the recommendations in that paper. And coming out of that, we took the decision that, yes, IPSAS should play the lead role in developing guidance for the public sector. And subsequently, in June 2023, we took the decision that we would move forward with our first project on climate-related disclosures. And that's what's resulted in the exposure draft that you've seen recently. Now, in moving forward like that, we really had to take some important decisions in terms of how we saw sustainability reporting applying in the public sector. And you'll hear more about those in this session. But very importantly, the relevance of the IPSAS guidance S2 and also supported by some of the S1 comments. The issue about should we think about outcomes as direct impacts or all impacts, and Ross will talk more about that, and then how to approach the topic of materiality. So really, in thinking about this, there's a lot of foundational concepts. And we really hope that you take the opportunity, firstly, to participate in today's discussions, and also that you do take the opportunity to respond to that exposure draft where comments are due in by late February. Thank you very much for listening to me. I really hope that you have a good event today, and we look forward to your comments both in the session and also, we hope, through responses. Thank you.
Thanks to Ian. And now, Ross, tell us a bit more. So what are the changes coming?
So I've got a short presentation. I'm going to do it from the podium. Yeah. So thanks. Ian's introduction allows me to kind of jump right in. But before I move on, just a few quick thoughts to kick us off. So one, thank you again for the invitation. I say this every time I come to a PULSAR event, that I think this is the most impactful group around public sector implementation and support for the adoption of IPSAS, as well as accrual accounting reforms broadly. And I find it very useful to make time to join these in person. Of course, Ian would have loved to have been here, but he's already en route to our December meeting that's upcoming, and we've got a packed agenda of activities to cover. So he does send his apologies as he outlined in the video, and I'm sure he'll do his best to be at the next event. I'm also very excited to be here today because we're now in the process of taking forward our climate work that the World Bank has helped in supporting by providing funds. So we're now implementing some of the resources we've been provided from the World Bank to move this project forward with haste. And we're very happy and grateful to have the support of the World Bank in moving this project forward. And I think you'll start to see some of those impacts coming through next year as we get back into discussing the feedback we're receiving now on the climate proposals I'm going to speak to you about over the next few slides. So Ian already did a little bit of the background on this. So the work really started with a World Bank report that came out in January 2022 that highlighted the developments in the private sector to support capital markets and the growing gap in the public sector where there's no developing international framework. And the report on the screen asked the question of whether IPSAS should step up to fill that gap. So I'm not sure if that's a sign, but so that being said, the board went right into its mode of asking constituents whether it should, one, expand its remit to start addressing sustainability reporting. If it was to do so, how it might do that and what its focus would be. And the visual you can see here is of the consultation the board put out in May 2022 that asked those questions. Ian already summarized, we got very strong support on that, and the board immediately went into trying to figure out what standard setting looked like for sustainability internationally for our board with the public sector remit, and how we would put that into action in standard setting. And now I'll speak a little bit about what we're doing based off of those comments and our standard setting activities now that we're actually in standard setting mode. We've got a draft first sustainability standard. But I think it's important to set some of the conceptual foundations that our board's working towards as it moves this forward, because it didn't just start aimlessly wandering in any particular direction. It's been guided since that very first report from World Bank, our consultation in May 2022, and most importantly, our conceptual framework that tells our board how to think about standard setting to address public sector needs. But one of the foundational decisions from day one was the board should work off of international developing guidance for sustainability reporting and the work of the ISSB. Now, not just to take that guidance and carry it over directly, but to think about its application in the private and the public sector and use our conceptual framework to adapt that guidance to make it work for public sector entities. We've very much done that by bringing across IFRS S2 on climate-related disclosures and elements of S1 that are needed to apply S2. And I'll speak about that in a little bit more, but foundationally, that's where the board started. However, it didn't just stop at looking at the guidance from ISSB and the private sector standards from the International IFRS Foundation. We also looked to guidance that's been in place for a number of years at GRI. We followed the developments of here in Europe on a regional level that's developing in terms of the CSRD and how the corporate sector is taking forward that. And we've been talking with experts from various different professions around the world that are focused on sustainability reporting in doing that. In terms of setting standards for the public sector, our board is mainly accounting experts in the public sector context. So one of the things we heard we needed to think about in taking standards forward was how to make sure the board was getting advice on the sustainability matters that our board is less experienced in. So one of the first things we did in late 2022 is we set up a sustainability reference group that has experts in sustainability that give the board advice on all of the major topics we're addressing from a sustainability perspective. We meet with that group at least once a quarter. We bring to them the ideas we're developing in terms of standard setting, and we take direct feedback and advice on those proposals. We take that through our working group and then ultimately to the recommendations of the board. And I'm happy to say we've got strong representation from international institutions involved in that group, including from the World Bank. And even one of them's in the room. Dimitri's recently joined that group, and he's feeding in input along with Bonnie Sirois and Patrick Kabuya from World Bank. And we have other organizations from the statistical perspective, UN organizations, and other areas where they've been thinking about these issues for a long time, and they have a lot of value to add to our standard setting process. We also have a topic working group that includes other international standard setters to share their views on these topics, and our members from the IPSAS that have a sustainability background to work outside of board plenary time to help develop the proposals that ended up in our consultation paper that I'll talk about in a few slides. More interestingly, from our perspective, we're trying something more innovative during this exposure draft. So while we're out for consultation, and just last week, we've launched a sustainability implementation forum where we're asking public sector entities to join and participate in our implementation forum, look at the proposed guidance, look at what they're already doing today, and ask themselves the tough questions about implementation, whether they've got the data available to provide the disclosures we're asking for, whether they're practically implementable, and whether they have any feedback on how that might work. They could do that as simply as doing a gap analysis from what they're doing today versus what we're asking for, or they could take it a little bit further and do full field testing. So this has just been launched in the last week. We had over 50 participants at the first inaugural discussion, and we're going to be picking that up in January and starting to have some of those participants talk about sustainability reporting in their jurisdiction and from their entity's perspective and how that relates to the proposals we've put out for discussion. We expect that forum to continue after the consultation period closes because we want to use it as a way to take input on implementation issues back into the standard setting process while we're finalizing that first standard. So if you're in a jurisdiction where this is interesting to you and you'd like to get involved, please see me on the break and I'll make sure you get the details to join and participate in this forum. I should say this is an active forum. It's not a talk shop. So we're not looking to just have discussions about what's happening. We're asking the implementation leaders around the world to step up and show what they're already doing from a sustainability reporting perspective and how that relates to what we're asking for. So it's very much a working group where we're looking for the implementers to really step up and have a discussion on what's happening in their jurisdiction to inform others. So moving to our proposed climate standard, I'll walk through this slide here and kind of highlight the two main areas of guidance in our standard. But it all starts from the top layer and our board's perspective that most jurisdictions have signed up to the Paris Agreement. Most jurisdictions are working to implement the SDGs, making various commitments across the economy to implement these two important areas of global commitment. But when you think about how they're doing that, there's a lack of transparency and accountability on the actions they're taking for people to follow. So in thinking about that, the board's worked up a standard that has two main parts. And I've talked a couple of times about how this is developing with this group. So if you were at the June PULSAR, you've heard some of this, but I'll now update on where we actually landed and what the proposals say. So on the left hand of the slide, we talk about an entity reporting on its own operations. So the own operations accounting is drawn from the private sector guidance and aligned with IFRS S2 and relates to accounting for the risks and opportunities related to climate reporting that will impact your entity's ability to continue to deliver services. So again, this is very much like the private sector proposals that link to the information related to climate risk and opportunities, your strategy, your governance, risk and opportunities, and various metrics related to climate that you report on so you can provide information for users so they can better understand how your entity is exposed to climate risks and opportunities, how you're managing that, and the various metrics that you collect. And this information is very much aligned. So if you're talking about your value chain and you have public and private sector organizations involved in that value chain, you're collecting information on greenhouse gas emissions, for example, that's consistent for both the private and public sector, and information that you need to access capital markets. So going back to the original reason we were asked to take up this topic was the growing emergence of information needed for capital markets, the public sector being a significant offer of public sector sovereign credit, and the need for that information in capital markets, identifying that need. And I think in Fabienne's opening remarks, he talked about the impact of transparency on borrowing costs. I think you can expect to see that continue as investors start to demand climate-related information from both the public and private sectors. This will start to impact borrowing costs if you don't have that information and make it available for capital market participants. So when it comes to own operations, we've very much got a standard based off of the private sector, but also adapted and appropriate for public sector with public sector examples, public sector terminology taken from the IPSAS's conceptual framework, as well as some adaptations in areas where we've done things differently. So for example, unlike IFRS S2, we're not requiring the use of greenhouse gas protocol to do your emissions inventory. And the reason we did that is in our debates, we found out some countries have already started to implement and report under Paris, and they have slightly different methodologies. So we've got a rebuttable presumption that if you're not reporting today, you would use greenhouse gas protocol. But if you're already doing something different or better, the disclosures require you to explain that, the nature of the methodology you're using, and being transparent on it. So we're not looking to make people change for the sake of changing, but we've made it clear that there is some optionality there. That's a little different than the private sector guidance. Moving to the right side of the slide here, we've got a section of the guidance that wouldn't relate to all entities. So I have to make that clear. Own operations would be that all public sector entities would be expected to disclose their material risk and opportunities related to climate. But when you get to public policy programs, this would be much more rare in terms of application. Not all public sector entities would be setting public policy programs. So it's really about those entities that exercise their sovereign powers to put in place public policy programs to address the needs of the Paris Agreement and SDGs and implementation of that. This was an area of vigorous debate in the board, and it's about reporting on those public policy programs, the objectives they're meant to achieve, and whether over time they're achieving those in an outcomes framework. And I'll talk a little bit more about the specifics of that as I move on. But again, it's not whether you have an internal public policy program for your own entity that you'd be reporting on. That would be captured in own operations as your climate emissions change. This is where you've got the power and you exercise it to change the behaviors of others. So whether that's other public sector entities, private sector entities, or households. And I'll give a couple examples when we move on of the types of programs we were thinking about when that was developed. So own operations, I've touched on some of this and I won't go into great detail, but if you've been following TCFD for a number of years or following the private sector developments, this should look familiar to you. It's built off of the 4 pillars of TCFD that have been integrated into the ISSB's work and very much providing entities with a way to think through from the top down climate, its impact on risks and opportunities, how those are managed, and what the greenhouse gas impact is of that on the entity by looking at scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. I'll spend a bit more time on the public policy programs angle. Again, we've used the same structure of TCFD to think through governance strategy. We call it risk management here, but it's actually outcome management and the programs that have been put in place that result from the direct interventions that particular entities put in place through laws, regulation, spending programs to change the behaviors of others to achieve those international agreements that I talked about a couple slides ago. Now there was a lot, and I mean, Adrian was already quizzing me at the back before we started on this. Does it only relate to positive contributions and positive climate interventions? Some of our board members would argue, yes, it does. And the board had a vigorous debate on whether the standard should require consideration of all public policy programs and think about the climate impact of those, both positive and negative, or whether it should, from an implementation perspective, focus on the climate policies coming directly from the agreements governments have signed. We actually had a member vote against our exposure draft. There's an alternative view in that document that sets out some of her views on why she voted against. And one of them was she was worried about greenwashing and that you're cherry picking the positive things while ignoring the negative things. Some would argue the opposite to that. If you look at what's in the standard and the principles and how they're decided, it's not just the positive programs, it's the climate related policies in principle that have an impact on your achievement of those international agreements. I do expect we're going to hear a lot about this specifically, and I do expect this is an area where the board's ready to respond to the good comments we receive. So I don't think this is the end of the story. And this is probably the most challenging area the board was thinking about together with materiality that I'll speak about in a little bit. But I would say it's very public sector specific. It's about trying to drive reporting that you can link to the positive changes and negative potential impacts of government policy. And it's about transparency and accountability for actually delivering on the promises that have been signed up through these international agreements. Sorry, before I move forward, I'll just give one example that we talked about in trying to understand the difference between own operations and public policy programs. So if you're thinking of, in a lot of jurisdictions, there's a lot of push to move to electric automobiles, for example. In my jurisdiction in Canada, the government's passed a regulation that says all passenger vehicles by 2035 need to be electric. So that's a big gap from today till then. But if I was thinking about the Department of Transport in the province I live in Canada, in terms of own operations, as they replace their gas-powered fleet of passenger vehicles with electric ones, they would be capturing in their own operations their change in the carbon emissions for their own entity. But if you're the Department of Transport that's passed this regulation that's impacting all public sector entities, all private sector entities, and households and their use of passenger vehicles, they would be reporting at their level the spending program, the regulation, the impact on across the province on the greenhouse gas emissions and whether they're meeting their target of 2035, the whole economy for passenger vehicles being electric, and how that's impacting the greenhouse gas emissions they were hoping to reduce at a program level. So it's very much an inside-out perspective based on the Department of Transport using its regulatory power to change the behavior across the economy and reporting on that from the program perspective. So what were the objectives of that program? How are they achieving that over time? And ultimately, do they achieve their outcome they're intending to achieve at the end of the day? We also at the board level worked through several examples related to power mix, for example, moving away from coal energy to other greener sources. We had many discussions on this, but it was very much that macro perspective and the government's using their sovereign powers to change the behavior and implement these accords. So materiality was another vigorous area of debate for the board. And I would say one that was quite interesting overall. So that from a board perspective, through that sustainability reference group, we had discussions conceptually about all of the different types of materiality you've been hearing about from a sustainability perspective. We talked about single materiality, financial materiality, double materiality, dynamic materiality. Every label that people have put on the idea of materiality, we talked through a conceptual basis by bringing in experts from those groups to talk to our reference group and ultimately our board about these different notions of materiality. We also brought in experts who are auditing and preparing different types of sustainability reports today and asked them to talk practically about how their different ideas, labels of materiality are working in practice, from impact materiality all the way down to financial materiality, and how those eventuated. Where that led the board at the end of the day, after exploring all those different options, is our own conceptual framework that sets out user needs in a public sector context and a notion of materiality that's on the slide here that's already broader than single materiality. And when you think about those two areas of reporting in our draft standard, there's very much a more traditional reporting and own operations that is more of a traditional application of this notion of materiality. And then there's this inside-out perspective that's trying to capture the direct impacts of public policy programs and how those lead to outcomes, which is more close to what the dynamic double impact materiality that people are talking about. But again, linked to our conceptual framework, the thinking that already exists in our RPG3 reporting service performance information about reporting on programs over time, and a notion of materiality that makes sense in terms of our conceptual framework and our conceptual thinking. Again, this is one of the main questions we're asking from constituents. I expect we'll have some feedback on this. I would also expect, though, that I think this area globally in sustainability right now is a live topic. I think a lot of the debate that's been happening is informed by a reaction to a label rather than understanding of concepts and how they're applied. I commend the board, and I'm a staff member, not a board member. So I commend the board for actually taking the time to really work through this issue from both a conceptual and practical perspective and coming up for a solution that works for the public sector based on our own conceptual framework that's been in place since 2014. And I won't get into the details on this now, but in the afternoon, we talk about provisions. I'm going to talk about our own conceptual framework and how that frames general purpose financial reporting, which is broader than financial statements, and the good thinking that's been in the IPSAS framework for over 10 years now. And happy to have Andreas sitting at the back. I'm not sure if he'll still be here in the afternoon, but he's very much the godfather of the conceptual framework. It was one of his final achievements as chair that I, as a staff member, got to participate in earlier in my career in standard setting. So next steps, and then I'll wrap up and leave some time for others. So the document's been out for consultation since October. The staff and our board members around the world are actively working to engage across the world with different constituents through our stakeholder engagement plan that's part of our WorldBank support and various communities. The comment period runs to the end of February, and then we'll immediately get back into looking at those comments and starting to finalize our standard setting. We have a very aggressive timeline to have this standard finished by the end of 2025. I always say, but that depends on what we hear. So if we hear some major noise on any of those major topics I've just talked about, the board will have to work through that, and that might take more time. Our current chair, Ian, who's not here, but in his video, I think he's very committed to delivering on this timeline, but he's also aware that this is the beauty and the risk of our public process, that we always put things out in here, as we have to respond to what we hear back. We have to work through that. And ultimately, we have to deliver a standard that works and is implementable. So last but not least, what's next for sustainability? We've got a range of options that we may take forward. And our strategy that was just published in the last quarter sets out project prioritization criteria that are on the slide. So prevalence of the issue, consequences on the entity, urgency of addressing the issue, and feasibility and whether we can find a reasonable solution. And here's the main topics that are under consideration for our next agenda consultation. So I mentioned recommended practice guidelines. These are guidelines that IPSASB's had in its literature for a number of years that relate to reporting outside of financial statements on a number of public sector topics. There's a thought that these are very closely linked to sustainability, and it might make sense to turn these into actual standards under the IPSASB sustainability reporting standards. There's a thought that we need to pick up the general sustainability related disclosure standard to be aligned with the private sector. And there's the thought of continuing our tangible natural resources project to the non-financial disclosures area by taking forward nature-related disclosures, which a number of other public sector entities are working on. I guess the main thing to share here is the board's planning an agenda consultation close to the end of 2025 on what those next sustainability topics are. We'll work through these various options and others, put that out for consultation, and then in early 2026, we'll decide what those next wave of projects will look like based on the priorities of our public sector constituents. So if this is of interest to you, stay tuned, stay engaged, because you'll have the opportunity to share directly with the board what you think we should do next.
Thank you, Ross, for a very insightful update. And as we move to Bernard, and we will, of course, have time for questions. So you referred, I think, two important elements is this implementation forum, and for our PULSAR members, they can be very good contributors to this process. Please react if you are interested. And on the also discussions regarding the borrowing cost, I think there is not only borrowing costs but also opportunities for borrowing. Even the WorldBank, it's like huge. We have funding. 45% of all our funds goes to the climate-related financing. It's huge. So it's not only about clearly we expect borrowing costs, but also opportunity for borrowing. So we need to be awake on that one. And Bernard, the floor is yours. Give us the current developments, please.
Happy to do so. Also happy to be able to be here again. Always very satisfied that my home country is hosting such an excellent group. And I think the least contribution I can give is share some insights and practical experiences we had. What I was requested to do was to actually investigate on whether private sector reporting in your countries looking toward the European Union requirements of the European Sustainability Reporting Standards might add some benefit to the exercise of actually preparing for the IPSAS sustainability reporting. And what I basically did in a nutshell is in the first section, I really tried to give you a picture on how is ESRS currently impacting the private and actually the public sector. So I think it's very fitting that the next topics we are addressing in the conference is actually state-owned enterprises, because they play a huge role, particularly also on sustainability reporting. And then I will get into some of the similarities and differences in the concepts between the ESRSs and the ISSB, since IPSASB leveraged quite a lot from the ISSB, so you can see practical challenges, but also maybe some easements or for your concerns. And then I'll close with some conclusions from my side. So what is the European Sustainability Reporting Standards? It's a mandatory reporting framework for all entities within the European Union who exceed 2 out of the 3 thresholds you see on the slide. So either you have more than 250 employees, 50 million in total turnover, or 40 million in total balance sheet, 2 out of those 3. So that's actually not a lot, not a big threshold. So a lot of enterprises, a lot of entities in European countries will have to mandatory report on sustainability either in 2024, if they're a large one, or in 2025. So this is not a timeline very far away. It's really very close coming up. It's the very year we are in, at the end of the year, where already companies will have to report. And the important element I would want to emphasize is that the ESRSs are not looking at who is the owner, who is the controlling entity of that company. So if you are a public sector entity, a state-owned enterprise, basically, you will fall under the scope of the ESRSs. And I listed for you a couple of, in assurance, we would say I did a targeted sample on the state-owned enterprises in Austria. And you can see actually that they are covering more than 80,000 employees and more than 30 billion in assets, which, just to put it in perspective, employee-wise is about a quarter of total employees in the public sector in Austria. And you can see it's covering infrastructure, it's covering transport, it's covering energy, it's covering real estate. So those are really critical sectors for the public sector as well. So there is already a huge coverage of mandatory sustainability reporting in the public sector in Austria, only due to the ESRSs. And you can also see that it's also for local and federal governments, also for municipalities. And again, this is because the ESRSs really do not care who is the owner, they're only looking at the legal type of entity and basically those thresholds I just mentioned. So you will get a lot of practice from those entities once they are in the perspective of applying ESRS or also ISSB for that matter. So where are the similarities and differences? And I think this could be more than one slide. This could be 120 slides, but I wanted to keep it crisp and focused. So there is a document out actually, which is an interoperability document between the ESRSs and the ISSB. It's roughly 80 pages, but it really compares every disclosure requirement with every disclosure requirement, every concept with every concept. Very happy to give a link to the document if this is helpful. But just for the sake of a couple of examples. So Ross already addressed the huge issue about materiality, right? Those different concepts that are out there. And I think the important element here is to really understand that if you're coming from the double materiality perspective, what you're really looking for is this impact of the entity on the environment, on society. And if you're coming more from the financial impact, you're looking for the impact of the environment, of the society to the entity, and particularly to its financials. And I think it's fair to say and to state, and we had the pleasure to really support hundreds of entities in the last 3 years on that journey, to state that actually there is a very strong link between those impacts and risks. And I gave you an example on the slide that, you could say you as an entity, you are emitting carbon dioxide due to the use of fossil resources. And that's the impact you are having on society. At the same time, you could say, well, actually, since it's harmful or it's being considered to be harmful, a lot of governments start taxing those emissions, right? So there's a financial impact directly into your entity. And if you even want to go more basic, it's energy consumption and therefore it's cost, right? So there is a direct impact into your financials coming from carbon dioxide emission. And I think if you look at it in that perspective, actually, it doesn't matter as much anymore whether you call it double materiality or you call it financial materiality, or for that sake, materiality of information, but we will get into that. Because the next big challenge usually is who are the stakeholders, who are you addressing? And again, we have different concepts where the ISSB would focus on your financial stakeholders, on your investors, your capital providers, and actually ESRSs would have a much broader perspective and also would include civil society, NGOs, customers, your own employees. And to me, it's kind of addressing the same issue from two different sides. And it really depends, frankly, how knowledgeable and how engaged are your financial stakeholders Because if they are very knowledgeable and they are very engaged, you might come to very similar results. And I have 2 examples here, and it's really coincident that both are car companies. But you will be familiar with Volkswagen as an automotive supplier. I mean, one of their biggest shareholders is the state of Lower Saxony, right? And also the Qatar Investment Fund. So you already have public sector coming in as a stakeholder, as a financial stakeholder into sustainability reporting. So it really depends on how comprehensive the perspective of the country of Lower Saxony or the Qatar Investment Fund really is, and what kind of perspective do they provide to Volkswagen in terms of what are material sustainability issues. And the same actually is true for Tesla, right? So they have actually also shareholders like Temersk, which is a Singaporean investment fund, as well as actually the California Teachers Union Pension Fund, right? So if they are representing their interests, they will bring in sustainability matters to Tesla from the perspective of a financial shareholder. And honestly, the easiest part is just to buy 1 share of an entity, and you are a stakeholder like any other, right? So there's an easy way of engaging also from a financial perspective with entities. And I think it kind of illustrates that it's more about the process and the content than maybe the label you want to give it. I think what's also really important is that maybe, and that's not to the disadvantage necessarily of the ISSB or also the IPSAS, but what ESRS actually are doing is they are introducing a governance system, right? So they are telling you, you have to report that information, not in a standalone report, you have to report it in the management report of the financial statement. And I can tell you this makes it an absolute top priority for the CEO and the CFO, so for the leaders of the company, of the corporation. And I think it was a smart move to do that, right? So you can't kind of put it away into a separate document and hope that, you know, maybe it's not getting that kind of attention. You have immediate management attention on the topic. I think that was a good move. And they introduced mandatory assurance. So all the information you will get under an ESRS system will have to be assured. There are some challenges around that, particularly for the assurance sector, but you will have validated information and you will have compared information. I think this also was a great move. And if you take your knowledge from those entities, you will draw from a really good foundation. And then I have a couple of disclosure requirements I wanted to share with you, just as an example. Again, it's 90 pages if you go through all of them. But for example, the concepts align, and I think there's this strong commitment between the ISSB and EFRAG to keep the standards as close as possible, as interoperable as possible, and you can see that. So for example, in ISSB, but as well as in ESRSs, you will have to state the percentage of assets that actually are vulnerable to physical climate risks. The difference comes in that actually ESRS requires you to do that before adaptation measures. So they want to see the gross risk you are incurring. And actually ISSB is silent on that. So it could be gross, it could be net, and there's quite a debate currently around that. So you can see concepts are the same, but the level of detail usually is very different. And this also brings me to the next example, because there the devil really lies in the details. So both frameworks, ESRS and ISSB, require to give scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions with transitional provisions in terms of scope 3. But actually, they also are referencing the greenhouse gas protocol, and they are also having clear statements. They are prioritizing measurement over estimates. Not saying that you can't use estimates, but basically saying where you can measure, you can't use estimates, which I think is important. But, and now again, we come to the devil in the details. They have a different split of scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions to report. So if you want to fulfill both ISSB and ESRSs, you will have to have a very granular table on the scopes 1, 2, 3, kind of where's the emission coming from? Is it steam? Is it electricity? Is it from your investee? Is it from your associate? So this can be really tricky. But overall, the concepts are very aligned. So I think this is really important to mention. And then the last point really is that, ESRSs are very comprehensive. So they didn't stop at climate change mitigation. They have other topics as well, like circular economy and biodiversity, where it's important to mention that those always have an interlinkage into climate mitigation, because what they are basically saying is if you use a more circular economy, you do not need as much energy to dig up material from the grounds. And that's also interfacing with the climate change mitigation. And the same is true for biodiversity. If you think about the carbon sinks of natural resources, it nicely addresses also what IPSAS has been working on in the last couple of months and years, frankly. So to conclude, I think ESRS could prepare your countries very well in terms of being able to report under IPSAS, but it will be depending on how comprehensive, and I was really interested to hear what Fabian said earlier about the growth of the SOE sector. It will depend on how strong and how comprehensive your SOE sector is, right? So depending on how much use you make of SOEs, you will have a stronger foundation, let's say, than maybe if it's more narrow. And then really an important point also is that you should have been addressed, maybe not you personally, but your entities, the government, as stakeholders already, if people are preparing under GRI or ESRSs for sustainability reporting, since you are either a stakeholder in terms of financial stakeholders, like we said, or actually also as part of the value chain. So maybe investigate whether there had anybody in the government already been in touch with the companies preparing for sustainability reporting. And then again, I think governance and oversight is really an important issue. So if there will be sustainability reporting in the private sector in your countries, you will have to have an oversight entity enforcing the law, right? So, and they will try to get really deep into terms of the knowledge of the standards and the requirements. So they are maybe great people to talk to in terms of what you should do as a government or on your sustainability reporting side. And then again, I think, what are the challenges? So usually we see a certain lack of consolidation in the public sector when it comes to state-owned enterprises, and that might decrease the benefits because you're missing this kind of holistic and overall perspective. So basically you would have 20 materiality assessments independent from each other, instead of maybe 20 with the same mindset and the same kind of governance, if you would have maybe a stronger SOE governance around that. So I think that's really important to mention. So the stronger your SOE governance system is, the more the benefits will occur, and the weaker, let's say, the more diversified your governance system is, the more lack of benefits I would expect. And then last but not least, closing on what Ross just addressed in terms of the public policy programs. So probably you will not be able to get a lot of information for public policy programs from your corporates and your SOEs. But at the same time, and this is looking forward to the debate we're going to have tomorrow, there is actually public service obligations within SOEs from an accounting perspective, where you could think about whether they shouldn't also be reflected in the sustainability reporting. And with that, I would close, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Many thanks, Bernard, for giving insights from Austria, and also bigger, and there are clearly a lot of, I mean, I expect some questions coming, including how to consolidate, how to connect private and public, and how to move forward. So let's now hear from Norway, on Norway experience from Veronica. And yes, please give us the device.
Good morning, everyone. It's my biggest pleasure to represent today Norwegian experience on this very important seminar. So I'm originally coming from Ukraine. My name is Veronica, and I have already a 10-year experience of working at Nord University in Norway. So I have, so basically, based on my international background, I think I have a great privilege of seeing the sustainability reporting from Norwegian public sector perspective, especially coming from Ukraine, where of course, you understand the experiences and practices are quite different. So let's start first. And I think that, I will do it here. So I would like to start first with a sort of maybe not so practically oriented claim, but this is my personal perception that as soon as you are talking about any accounting practices, you need to understand how and in which way they're integrated into local context. And I need to say that, first of all, Norway is a very open and also very flat country with a huge respect and egalitarian values, that they are actually keen on having responsibility towards nature, humans, and people, showing the greatest respect, and transparency, I would say, is mostly in their veins. So here I'm posting this very famous Munch's artist quotation that nature is not only that is visible to the eye, but it also something what pictures our soul. So I think with this motto, we can continue all the way through understanding how actually sustainability reporting practices are actually being integrated. So first of all, and this is very, how say, overview of the Norwegian commitment to the SDG. I would not spend too much time on that, just saying that it is ranked among around 160, 70 countries, ranked 7th per today, that Norway has a very strong commitment and proactive approach in integrating SDGs in national policies and practices. So also it's a very, I would say, a country that actually opens different spheres and using the resources as natural value. It also commits itself to attributing and finding through the way different SDGs. So a very short background on the sustainability reporting practice in Norway. Mostly we would think that yes, Norway is a very proactive country, etc., but the legislation takes quite a long time to being implemented as it is. So actually, it has been a long debate, and the commitment started from 2000, from the new millennium, but still we have seen that the process of aligning with European sustainability directives takes quite time. So the first one was implemented, the non-financial reporting directive was started from around 2021, and then after that it has continued with the new practices started actually several weeks ago, when the law has passed the parliament hearings and from November 2024 became active, that the EU corporate sustainability reporting directive is becoming a part of obligatory standards or like directives that are being introduced in the Norwegian public sector as well. And this actually relates for the 2025 statements from the next year. All big companies, they need to be to report under these directives. So if we compare a little bit, so the major national regulation is the Norwegian Accounting Act, and actually it integrates, it's built very profoundly on all these standards and European regulations, even though you of course remember that Norway is not an official country that is part of the EU. However, they do associate and they do contribute with strong commitment to the European policies and becoming a very strong partner to the European Union. We also can say that there is several obligations for the large state-owned enterprises, which will be our main focus today. So they have to be accounted and report substantially and every year for the sustainability practices. However, several municipalities, countries, regions, and other public sector bodies, they have this voluntarily. So still, even the state, they still have this voluntarily engagement for being, for reporting on sustainability practices. So I would just give some couple of examples, and of course, the presentations, my presentations, of course, can be shared. Giving some snapshots, we were already talking more about transport and transportation as a big industrial sector, which is fueling all the country like a vein, like a body. So thinking about Norway, Norway is a very small country when it comes to population of 5 million. 5-6 million people, but the territory is immensely long. So the transportation, the flight connections, also railways and other means of also boat transport, they become vital to sustain everyday activity of the country itself. So actually I was trying to search for something what is really new and has been published recently. So this National Transport Plan that has been published is what really in line, what you were talking right now before me. So the plan of the policies, how these sustainability standards are implemented, they are absolutely fantastically written. I would say the way how documents are prepared, it's just admirable. Still, how this is actually going to happen in practice, we all actually question, because Norway is a very also weather-dependent country. There can be a different type of weather conditions. We can easily prevent of everything going on. So with the closure of airports or even transmitting the transport routes, closing the roads, etc. So it's a very tough environment in which these actors should have operating. So this is very interesting how this will be happening in practice in the way. And also what is very exciting for me actually to see when preparing this slide is actually that Norway regional authorities, they also enjoy a very high standard of flexibility and voluntary engagement. So actually Norwegian counties and municipalities, they have been engaged into this voluntary reporting in 2021 and 2024, showing that different local governments, they select different SDGs, which then become a sort of fueling for their work. However, what was very interesting for me to find out when looking through these documents is that still they actually report that the capacity of developing and monitoring these SDGs and also sustainability, of course, different practices, it creates a very big, how to say, tension or in a way pressure to comply, because they feel in a way detached from previous experience, unknowing whether or not they are doing this practice. So very interestingly that these specific reports, they highlight the importance of international collaboration and experience. Specifically in the last report, they were talking about the Nordic region practice and how different Denmark, Sweden, and also Finland, how they do implement similar practices on local levels. Given a sort of short snapshot of the SOEs, I was a little bit creative on this one, thinking about what kind of Norwegian big names can be associated. So of course we all know Telenor Group. Statskraft is a little bit not that famous, but really I was surprised that it's Europe's largest generator of renewable energy as it is. And then it's also Equinor. So we see that two of them are resource-dependent companies, state-owned enterprise. And looking through the reports of different of those, I have found out that they actually are very much reporting on GRI as a main principle. They also all mention that they are doing double materiality analysis, and what they are very professional in presenting all these results, making in a very easy reading and popular way, what is very important. However, the structure of these reports, what they are providing, it still varies substantially. So in a way, I would say that these are actually the best practices that can be looked and understand and in a way take as a benchmark during the process. However, we are very, I would say, the critical perspective on what information is being assessed and analyzed by whom is still open there. These companies are, I need to say, they are very, very, very nice. And if needed, I can also share those reports that they have been publishing, and specifically on different directives. For example, they were also, for example, this Statskraft, they were using the UK Modern Slavery Act also as a reference point to introduce their sustainability reporting. Thank you very much. I hope I optimized some time.
Excellent.
Yes, looking forward for the questions.
Very efficient and very very interesting one from Norwegian experience, because this is one of the best practices globally. And thank you very much, Veronica. And now let's move to Ludmila to hear from the Ukrainian experience, one of our PULSAR countries. Let's see what is the progress there.
Добрый день, уважаемые участники этого мероприятия.
I hope we're all ready. For us, this event is very important for all participants, for Ukraine in particular, because all issues that are planned to be discussed during these 3 days are the issues of the state of reform, of the problems facing us today in the area of accounting and sustainability reporting. If we discuss the reform related to sustainability reporting and implementation, we cannot treat it separately from overall comprehensive accounting reform. We need to treat it like that in every country. I will talk about practical experience. Maybe it will be useful to some of the countries. We chose the following path, and we took into account the condition of the reform overall of the public finance management reform, the reform which is implemented at the moment on audit of financial reporting, internal and external control. This is the reform of the accounts chamber of Ukraine, and also all laws and regulations in Ukraine adopted by the government and the parliament. Also, we analyzed and studied the experience of European countries and international experience of implementation of sustainability reporting, where in the active state of reform since 2017, we mentioned this many times at our events, and all our reforms, all our success, all our process is very dynamic. It is related to the WorldBank, to the WorldBank experts. We are grateful to the team of those devoted experts who work with Ukraine at the moment, because this is very uneasy. However, the work carries on, and as you know, we went through pulse assessments, we received the grade, we haven't stopped at that. All achievements we had, we highlighted them as positive, but also we found reserves and proposals from the experts that we will apply when developing the strategy of reform of the accounting for the next 4 years. In Ukraine, all the reforms start not from adoption of the legislation, but from adoption of the strategy of the governments. First, the strategic direction should be identified, and then the parliament adopts necessary legislation, and then we have implementation process. With the World Bank experts, we have analyzed in detail our financial reporting consolidation system. This is very important. It is important to consolidate reporting not only of the budget units, but also of the SOEs. Not fully, but the elements of financial reporting. This is what is applied in our country. Also, we conduct in-depth analysis, and we're looking forward for recommendations of the World Bank experts on improving of accounting the pension fund and social development fund. And in parallel, we try not to lag behind. Regardless of the circumstances in the country, we have ongoing war for almost 3 years. And there is a Ukrainian phenomenon. Even during the war, the dynamic processes of reform in different areas did not stop. In the area of accounting and reporting, it is the same. My team has prepared several slides. We have 15 slides overall, but we'll not have time to discuss all of them. If you're interested, the presentations will be available. You can download them from the website. or they will be provided. You can find the regulations at the website of the Ministry of Finance of Ukraine. During the war, during the stress, because it's a serious stress for the society, for the business, for the government, how to reach people, how to make sure we start the reform, how to communicate that we'll have one more reporting, one more requirement in terms of reporting. What should be done? First, human factor is very important, so you cannot deny that in any country. We need to communicate the information in a way that it is understood that this should be done. It's not just adopting law or strategy. It will not be implemented later on. We'll just report that it is adopted, but it has to be implemented. As we have listened to our distinguished speakers, we have no other options. Either we move forward or we stop, but if we stop, it will be for a long time. It will be very painful to catch up after that. We're determined. We communicated the information to the government, to the administration, and we identified the foundations for the reform, the laws and regulations that need to be adopted. We identified the purpose of the strategy, strategic goals for achieving the strategy. All this is available in the document. The document that was adopted recently in October, on October 18, 2024. It is the strategy of reform. It is the strategy of the implementation of sustainability reporting. I have to note that the strategy is the strategy of reporting of the enterprises. I'd like to discuss some points. The countries that did not work on this, it's important to focus on this. What was helping us? First, what were the positive factors? What was the dynamic premises to move forward? First is that in 2015 Ukraine joined the global process of sustainable development. And then there was agreement in 2017 between Ukraine and EU on cooperation. We received some framework and some results we need to achieve in all areas. Then in 2019 we had the decree of the president that how to achieve the sustainable development goals. And in 2022, in June, Ukraine became the candidate for the EU membership, and at this point, Moldova knows this as well. All the processes in all areas became more dynamic from this point. Why I'm talking about SDG reporting and company reporting. We have regulations from the European legislation related to this. As regards SDG achievements since 2019, we adopted 183 indicators for the monitoring of the SDG by 2030. Formulates these indicators, and where are they submitted? They are formulated by the central public agencies and some institutions like the Institute of Demography, the Ministry of Environmental Protection, the Ministry of Health, and so on. The Sustainable Development Goals. Here we need to delineate when you have in-depth analysis of strategic document developments. You can use this information for implementation of non-financial reporting and sustainable development goals, but this is not the same. On November 29, 2024, we adopted the change to this resolution of the governments. We approved not 86 but 101 goal and 309 indicators. All this reporting, now it's about 40 participants of the process. Mostly these are public agencies and institutions which submit this information to State Statistical Committee. State Statistical Committee analyzes and publishes information and submits it to international organizations, those who require this reporting. As regards the preparation of business for non-financial reporting, I'd like to draw your attention that in 2018, we adopted the resolution of the Ministry of Finance, which approves the parameters for the reporting on corporate governance, and we choose the path when we were developing the document where they had the SDGs, and we included 9 SDGs into this document, and we provided the list of indicators on which the companies have to report. And practically the business since 2018 gradually was preparing for these processes. The listed companies were more serious about this. Non-listed companies were less serious about this, of course, but the most important is this is not done abruptly. This is always communicated, this is always practiced, this is discussed at conferences. This has the application in our universities when we develop curriculum, when with CPD and the most important colleagues. The companies finally, they worked on who should prepare the reporting because the accountants are signing them, and the reporting itself, the sustainability reporting, is prepared. It does not have so many financial indicators, and accountants cannot understand what it is about, so it was gradual approach.
So it was a gradual approach. As for the European key, colleagues have already mentioned this. I think you will be able to see the slides, but according to the European standards for sustainability reporting, each country will have to decide whether to apply IFRS or ESRS or European sustainability standards. And of course, the public sector will have to apply IPSAS. Now there are 12 European standards. Why is it complicated for EU and non-EU country? For EU, there is a directive, a regulation, and translation into national languages. For non-EU countries, all that will have to be done by a country on its own. And to that end, we have drafted a strategy I would like to focus on now for at least a couple of minutes. Here it is, the strategy. The strategy goal is to implement in Ukraine sustainable development process, which will help to disclose information on sustainability factors present in enterprises and outside of enterprises. It is a complicated process, and we have decided to draft this strategy. It was drafted by the Ministry of Finance of Ukraine based on the experience of countries, not only European countries, and we realized that the timeline was limited, so we set our goals. The first goal was to implement in Ukraine a preparation of reporting in line with European standards, and the goal covers the targets which you can see on the screen now. Legislation will have to be implemented, standards will have to be translated, standards will have to be applied. Another important factor is the format of reporting. Now, large companies report based on BBR. We plan to employ SBRL format. Reporting will be done together with financial reporting, together with an audit report, which will assure financial reporting. For auditor reporting, we have identified audit firms although options are possible here, we have opted for audit firms because our regulator has been working very proactively. So audit firms will issue audit reports and assurance on sustainability related issues. And this slide shows strategic goal 2. Regarding the process to assure sustainability related targets. How it relates to the public sector. If we distinguish between state-owned enterprises and spending institutions, I don't think this is a correct approach, because we currently have a single approach to consolidation. So the process is ongoing, but in order to prepare the general public in our context for the need to ensure financial reporting, in order to prepare the framework for professional development, in order to have institutions of higher learning design curriculum, and most importantly, in order to establish an interagency working group under the Ministry of Finance of Ukraine, which will comprise all the stakeholders engaged in SDG-related activities, so that they can support enterprises in relation to indicators. Otherwise, we won't be able to proceed. So these are logistical issues, and hopefully, and we're happy that this information under PULSAR is alive and will be alive in at least until 2029. We count very much on the support from our colleagues, and we hope that we will implement our reforms together with the World Bank and you colleagues. Thank you.
Спасибо, Людмила. Thank you, Ludmila. And I think one of the important messages is that even for Ukraine, sustainability reporting can be a priority, and there is a space for the sustainability reporting, which many of our countries in the room are trying to figure out. As we can now open for questions, friends, please raise your questions. There are microphones, or just raise your hand. As they are preparing for questions, my first one actually is, today it was very good discussion about ESRSs. It's about IPSAS board, IPSAS SRS is coming. How we connect also from the consolidation perspective. What the countries should talk and come, because it was very clear that SOEs, we have heavily SOEs which probably need to use ESRSs if this is in this area, or IFRS S1, S2. So how to reconcile between those standards and how to manage them? Probably Rose, you will go first, and then Brandon and I'll.
So maybe I'll give a plug first to a document we put out a few years back. So we have a staff question and answer document that deals with this issue from the accounting perspective, and how our policy to align our guidance and build off the private sector guidance provides a way forward to deal with the state-owned enterprise consolidation issue, because you can actually, if you're a controlling shareholder in a state-owned enterprise, then you can make them take the accounting policies that allow you to consolidate into the public sector. Takes a little bit of planning, but because the IPSAs are drawn from the private sector transactions, we have consistency around the main areas of activity a state-owned enterprise would have to engage in. And then we have public sector guidance on top of that that would only apply to the public sector. So the areas where you would have consolidation difficulties, you can align policies. And there's a document on the IPSASB website that I can share from an accounting perspective that helps think through how to consolidate state-owned enterprises from a conceptual. That doesn't mean it's easy. You still have to think about systems, chart of accounts, things like that to line it up. But from a standards perspective, the standard shouldn't be a barrier. I think the same will apply if you're accounting for own operations from a sustainability perspective, because you're asking for the same information from both the private and the public sector in the IPSAS standard. The same considerations that the private sector is already working through with ESRS would have to be considered from the public sector side. And the document that Bernard identified that the ISSB has developed with EFRAG on interoperability between those standards is very important and very granular in detail on how to work through areas where ESRS is asking for more disclosures, more prescriptive than what's in the ISSB standard.
Thanks, Bernard. How we can leverage the private sector knowledge, but also how to follow. Which one?
Yeah, I'd like to just echo a couple of points Ross just made. So I think it's really important to align the policies and the conceptual thinking. And I think if you look at the landscape, particularly on sustainability reporting in the last couple of years, I think we kind of came from different languages to the same language with different accents and dialects. So they are talking the same language, but still there are some differences. And I think the first step probably would be to say, as the controlling entity, the major shareholder as a government, that you really make sure that your SOEs have a common understanding of what constitutes climate risk. How do we approach this? What is reliable information? Because I think it would be, there would be no foundation for consolidation if you do not have this common understanding. And bringing people on the same table always is a good idea. They can exchange views, they can exchange experiences. What I would like to highlight or flag is that maybe one complexity that comes in is that usually governments are always a mixed group. So you might have finance institutions, you might have more industry institutions, and I think you have to be very sensitive on how you present the information then. So kind of leads into a segment reporting issue in sustainability reporting. But we do see this in the private sector as well. So we have large banks holding industry shares, significant, sometimes dominating shares, and they get into this issue as well. Or they have a real estate branch, right, where they hold all their real estate. So you will have to kind of split the dimensions. But it's doable, it's manageable. I think it's also important to realize this is a one-off effort you will have to do to set up the system. It does not resemble your recurring effort you will have in creating the reports. So I think it's also important to differentiate those elements.
Thank you. And Ludmila, you are in Ukraine case, you are managing the department which is in charge of private and public sector. So how do you reconcile? Same question to you from the practical perspective. It's IFRS versus.
It is a complicated question. It is difficult to give a short answer. Yes, indeed. I'm the head of the department which formulates accounting policies for private sector and public sector and provides regulatory framework for auditing entities for private sector. Auditing entities other than Chamber of Accounts, entities which operate under the Public Review Authority, and this gives us a comprehensive view of all issues, because frankly speaking, the conceptual framework on accounting, if we go deep into it, aims to ensure transparency and reliability of reporting indicators. Our large enterprises apply IFRS, SOEs apply national standards based on IPSAS. Yes, audit is conducted based on the international auditing standards in our country. But in order to consolidate and systemize all that, first of all, the chart of accounts for the public sector and private sector is very similar. Financial report forms too. If accounting policies are designed at the level of the main spending unit, and if information is shaped at that spending unit's level. By the way, currently we're developing software for the main spending unit, and in order to ensure future unification of information so that it is fed into the IT platform, which is being developed for the public finance department. This is for the public sector. Our state-owned enterprises are currently undergoing consolidation of the reporting on capital, which is a requirement because they are state-owned. And this concerns not only state-owned enterprises, but also utilities funded from local budgets, because we have to have an understanding of the amount of investment in those enterprises, because they're being securitized, and we have to understand what the share owned by the state is, and they have to be supported for future consolidation purposes. Additional activities are being developed. As for the consolidation in the area of sustainability reporting, when we drafted this strategy and reviewed the standards, colleagues kept saying it's all so complicated. Accounting policies and a single platform, interagency platform has to be developed so that the sustainable development goals we have already been reporting on, and so that information disclosures according to the European standards and the methodology for either profit-making or state-owned enterprises is consolidated, because if different approaches to indicators, and most of them are non-financial indicators, are adopted, we will never be able to consolidate.
Спасибо. Veronica, from Norwegian experience. Yes, as you are much advanced in
Yeah. Yes, thank you so much. Regarding Norwegian experience, I would say that while listening to other colleagues here, I would say that, for example, in contrast to Ukrainian case, while Ukraine is emerging context, it's very interesting to hear how the challenges are addressed on this emerging state. I would say that Norway, from this mature perspective of the mature state with very solid regulations and practices, still there are also some challenges in implementing all this. So this is a sort of, probably it's a utopian way of thinking that as longer you're still working, the better you get. It is in a way, but still there are some restrictions. I would say that this main Norwegian standard, since Norway is not a part of the EU, it's associate member as Ukraine is as well. What is making it really interesting, it applies IFRS, basically standards from 2005. So it's a very long story of doing this, and also GAAP standards, gap standards, but also with the IPSAS be on the consolidation, and also all other relevant documentation. But still, what I want to highlight that finding a sort of a way how these documents are being drafted and presented, this creativity on the end user side, it still opens up a very big debate and discussion on for whom these documents are actually directed. Because this is what something is very interesting, I would say, and it what serves for further investigation and kind of practice variation. So I think that Norway has a very good example of how this has been done. And still, for example, if we compare a state-owned enterprise, so the logic of a private is still there in these private companies. And I really think that like applying this obligatory regulation for a public institution, it's a bit much, a bit more acceptable of having this reporting sustainability and this CSR practice that we know from almost 100 years ago. But for public institutions, this is absolutely novel thing when people who are working in public sector, they face this sort of resistance and non-compliance on the personal perspective. Why should we deliver more if we're already delivering enough? So basically, I think this is something what is really interesting and what we are now experiencing, and finding this way would be very promising.
Thank you very much, Veronica. Yes, Dmitry has like question or reaction. Question?
Thank you, Arman. Thanks to all speakers for such insightful presentations. However, what I heard from Norwegian, Ukraine, Austrian experience a little bit that the sustainability reporting basically still apply to corporate SOE sectors. So my question to all speakers is, what are the immediate or future plans for implementation of sustainability reporting in public sector in your countries? Specifically for us, since the IPSAS board is actually based in Toronto. I know that Canada is a little bit advanced in sustainability reporting at subnational level. If you could share a little bit this experience also with the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Ross, please. These frequency.
Yeah, so just to be clear, I am talking about Canada, not the IPSAS or any countries related to use of IPSAS in terms of reporting on this. And because we're based in Toronto, Canada, we've got a lot of links with our various levels of government, and there's 3 major levels of government in Canada that are all doing different things from a sustainability reporting perspective. So there's our federal government of Canada that's doing something. There's each of the provinces. So we have 10 provinces in Canada. They're sovereign states in their own right. They have their own programming. And then there are local governments. And that's probably the most interesting level in Canada at the moment. So there's 6 very large municipalities in Canada, each of them probably almost 1 million people or more in terms of their reporting. And of those 6 large groups are all coordinating and reporting using some version of TCFD style reporting for initiatives in their local governments, and have been doing so for many years. So I live in Toronto. The city of Toronto is the biggest local government in Canada, about 3 million inhabitants in the city of Toronto, and they have different sustainability reporting initiatives they've been reporting at the municipal level related to services provided to citizens in Toronto. And that exists across the country, and they've got a community of practice they've developed to share local government initiatives and how they're reporting on them. Again, none of them are doing just pure TCFD. They're all doing kind of a mishmash of reporting they've come up with. We're engaging them at IPSASB level through the Sustainability Implementation Forum, and we're expecting to have a couple of those municipalities talk about their sustainability reporting, how it relates to what IPSASB's proposed, and how a global standard helps them in taking forward their journey. But the most important part to note is the reason why they're reporting on this is because sustainability initiatives are core to their delivery of local services. And they wanted to make sure they were sharing with taxpayers, with Toronto citizens, with all the municipality citizens, all the great work they were doing to put these sustainable initiatives into place related to transportation, waste management, and service delivery at the local level. And they were using TCFD plus GRI and other reporting standards to start to do that. It's a journey, they're early in it, but I would say they're doing some very interesting things.
Veronica?
Very similar actually in Norway. However, we have very small municipalities. So there are some municipalities with for example, where I'm currently a resident, it's 50,000 people approximately. So actually the cities and those small municipalities, they're also doing a sort of, it's voluntary, also on more or less on national and subnational level, but based on the commitment, it becomes softly obligatory, if we can say so. So basically, we are doing this already, implementing this step by step already. I would think that this soft must actually enables better results from all central public administration, units, and also local government units. So at this point of time, what is very important is being done locally. What we also observe is that different municipalities, they in a way approach and select several SDGs, for example, as sustainability directions that they find close to their heart, and they're trying pursuing them specifically, and after that sharing on a national level between regions what they have achieved, how they perceive, and what they do. In this way of this experimenting, they are already trying these things. And specifically what I want to say as well, Norway is pretty pretty worried about fossil fuels emissions, of course, and climate change as it is because of melting of this ice cap, of course. This creates a big risk for Norwegian society as it depends on two core resources, which is oil and fish, basically, which makes Norway very aware of potential risks and impacts of all its activities. So I would say that it is being done on this voluntary commitment and high level of engagement level, but not obligatory or something. Yeah.
Thank you. So far, Canada and Norway. In Norway, it's more. It's interesting that municipalities are driving also the process of sustainability reporting. Ukraine and then Austria. Ukraine.
In Ukraine, at this point,
движущие
government
силы
resolution dated 2019 on mandatory reporting for almost 40 stakeholders in the process has been the driver. I understand the skepticism I can see in this room, but this is the reality. It is about reporting related to SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. 86 targets, now it's 101 targets, and it involves consolidation is done at the level of ministries, agencies, or certain institutions, and information is obtained both nationally and locally. This is how the work is carried out. As for the sustainability reporting, under sustainability standards, the strategy will build on the key instruments. This strategy includes an operational plan which identifies all the stakeholders, which include government authorities, local governments, universities, Ministry of Education, and so on. It is a comprehensive program which will help consolidate efforts of all the stakeholders. By the way, when Dmitry asked about the application of standards, I thought about it again and about what approach would be the right one, because the banking sector and non-banking sectors report this already. They do it based on the IFRS, and we've heard that IFRS and ESSR are very similar. So for the business sector, for listed companies and financial institutions, I don't think we will have any major difficulties. It will be challenging for medium-sized and small enterprises, which will have to report. Unfortunately, in the context of war, there is no reporting in place. So we will have issues with consolidation of those entities, but it is not being discussed at this point. They will use European standards and IPSAS standards presented by Ross, and most likely there will be direct application without drafting any national standards. And they use similar charts of accounts, so they will use standards like everyone else. Thank you.
Yes, I would say the situation in Austria is a bit similar to Canada and Norway in a sense that we see some practice predominantly on municipality level or city level, but they are currently more orienting their reports in the SDG framework than really using a harmonized standard. And having said that, we do have currently coalition negotiations, so we do not have an acting government at the moment, so there might be a push coming in at some point. And what I want to mention as well is that we have a new legislation getting effective next year, which is basically a Freedom of Information Act, which will allow every citizen and institution to ask the administration about something, and they will have to provide an answer. unless they already have reported on this information, which I could see being a strong push of being more proactive in terms of publishing reports. So might be more practice coming in a couple of years or months.
Thank you, Bernard. And thank you. Let's just applaud to the panel for very insightful discussion. After a coffee break, we're going to continue this topic, and Dmitry is going to a very interesting discuss session. And now I understand there are a few announcements, right? For the group photo, so please don't escape.
Thank you. Before starting the next session, we have a couple of announcements. Thank you. Now I hear myself. Thank you. Katarina, please.
Dear all our guest participants, speakers, we are very happy and pleased that you are here, and we have an announcement regarding tomorrow's evening. We are going to organize some transfers to Christmas markets. We will leave from the hotel around 5:30 and will return around 8:30. Back, please. In the breaks, let us know who wants to join our Christmas market time. So thank you, and we wish you have and hope a very useful time. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Again, thank you for being back on time. And for me, it's also a great pleasure to be back finally and to be here in person after extended travel leave that I had for the past couple of years. It's also great to see so many familiar faces and some new faces. Welcome all to our semi-annual face-to-face PULSAR workshop here in Vienna. So I will go directly to the objective of this session. Since this is the last session before the lunch and we want to start the lunch on time, and there is still a couple of sessions also in the afternoon, and this is just the first day of the event, so we don't want to be too overwhelming for one day. So the main objective of the session is to share with you the results of the ongoing work on the latest knowledge product entitled Sustainability Reporting Implications for Public Sector. The paper is currently being actively finalized. Just over this weekend, we sent a second round of comments to Andres and team who are taking lead in terms of putting together all the different sources of information and prepare the first draft of this knowledge product. So we expect that the final draft of the paper should be ready by the end of this calendar year. It may take a couple of weeks in January, February to conduct an institutional quality enhancement review of the document, but we expect that by February, March as latest, the document will be fully finalized and published on the PULSAR website. We will share with you some preliminary findings and recommendations that the team is trying during this comprehensive work of analyzing what are the implications of sustainability reporting for the public sector. And the idea a little bit of this paper is to be used as a guidelines for those countries who wants to start moving towards sustainability reporting in public sector. What are the critical issues, aspects that each country should take a look at and make a proper decision? So I will start with the review of the list of some of these critical aspects. Probably it's not the full list, but I hope we at least cover the most critical items. Then Andres will talk more a little bit development of the sustainability reporting framework international level. And mainly he will be focusing on the past 12 years, the past year, because as you know, this is the second joint paper that we are preparing between the World Bank and Korean Institute of Public Finance. this collaboration with the Zurich Institute of Applying Sciences. So basically, the natural continuation of the first paper. Of course, we don't want to overlap or repeat those things that we already covered in the first paper of this series. And then Sungjin, who unfortunately couldn't travel, but will share with us the preliminary implication and recommendation identified for the public sector. And probably Sungjin will share it with you as well when it's his turn. But I'm very proud for Sungjin because recently he was confirmed as the new IPSAS board member representing South Korea, starting in January, I understand. So the next IPSAS board meeting, well, the immediate next will take place next week in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, but the following up will be in Washington, D.C., hosted by the WorldBank. So Sungjin hopefully will be there in person along with the rest of the IPSAS board members. So this is the list of the critical issues that we think that should be taken into consideration when we talk about implementing sustainability reporting reforms in public sectors. You can see that many of the items they are very aligned or similar to those that we talk about when we work on the public sector accounting and accrual-based accounting reform implementation. So of course, the first step should be understand what are the actual rationale for implementing sustainable reporting in the public sector. Maybe right now it's not a need. Maybe not all the countries should immediately implement sustainability in the public sector. Maybe like it's case of most of the countries, first the pilot implementation should start in commercial corporate sector following some of the SOEs. And at the end, when the regulatory framework is fully developed for the public sector, it could be right time to move forward with the reform implementation in the public sector. Something that will be very important and getting a little bit more complicated in the case of financial reporting and public sector accounting is to identify the main stakeholder and define the governance structure for sustainability reporting. And one of the recommendations that we will include is probably conduct a stakeholder analysis in each country, each jurisdiction, and probably at each level of government. Who are the main stakeholders in addition to those traditional ones like Ministry of Finance, Supreme Audit Institutions, professional accounting organizations. But I'm sure that Ministry of Environment would have something to say as well when we're talking about sustainability reporting, and most likely many other public sector entities will be also involved in the implementation of the reform. The next step could be development of reform strategy and a roadmap, which include a very broad list of topics that should be considered in this strategy, and we will try to cover these aspects in more details in the paper. But definitely a roadmap implementation strategy in terms of whether it would be direct or indirect implementation of one of the existing frameworks, so whether it would be development of the national sustainability reporting standards for public sectors. This is only just some of the questions and determinations that the country will have to make before proceeding with the reform. Especially in case of following the indirect approach of implementation, there may be need to setting up a local national standard setting mechanism, roles and responsibility to oversight the whole process of issuing the regulatory framework for the sustainability reporting in private sector. In order to avoid overlapping, starting with the scratch, an analysis and revision of the current regulatory framework should be conducted, and obviously it will not only be limited to the public sector accounting related laws and decrees and regulation, but it should look at the more broader set of legal regulations that can have impact on sustainability reporting. The implication of using double materiality approach, and we heard Ross already, so IPSAS is not, at least at this point, following the full double materiality approach. However, they call it single plus approach, with a little bit more comprehensive than that, considered, for instance, for IFRS S1 and S2. So it's one of the decisions that countries should also discuss and make a call whether they want to get the even bigger challenge to implement the double materiality or dynamic materiality approach, or a single materiality similar to that following by financial reporting should be enough at this point. The connectivity between financial and non-financial reporting, and this is slightly straightforward. So how do we want to see this sustainability reporting? Would it be part of annual financial reporting? Would it be standalone sustainability report for the public sector? Is something that should be discussed. Even if it's standalone report, what would be the link between the financial reporting, annual financial statement, and the sustainability reporting? What are the implications of other similar reforms in the public financial management, namely green budgeting or climate-oriented budgeting? What are the implications for the government's financial statistics in terms of the sustainability reporting? And we know that IMF is currently revising the GFS manual for the the new version of the manual, so where the sustainability reporting will be for sure covered as well. Transparency accountability is a natural sequence implication of the sustainability reporting, but because developing reporting wouldn't be enough, and it's not an end in itself. So there should be some next steps. Somebody needs to look at the reports, probably audit them, probably approve them, similar to the good international practices following by the public sector accounting and financial reporters practices. And this is related to this sustainability assurance. There is already a standard on the sustainability assurance for the corporate sector. IDI of INTOSAI for sure will be looking at this topic as well, and probably adapt or adopt those principles applicable to the private sector, and include some nuances that are more relevant for the public sector. And finally, development of change management, capacity building strategy, something that we are still struggling in terms of the financial reporting and public sector accounting. But here we are going to have another layer of capacity building, but also it's something that gives us reason to be and to continue with the PULSAR program or similar programs like PEMPAL and PEMNA in other regions. So I think it's a very exciting topic, and I'm happy that I'm sure we will be continuing this discussion for the next few years or going forward. And now let me pass the floor to Andres to talk a little bit more what has been the new development in terms of the sustainability framework over the past few months.
Thank you very much, Dimitri, for this introduction, and it's great to be back. And I'm really trying not to be repetitive in terms of what we have already presented in the last year's technical note, but also what we have presented in the forum in Montenegro in June when we met in Montenegro. Most of you were also present in the room and have heard about those developments. And finally, also, I would not like to repeat what Ross has presented in terms of this exposure draft, which has since been completed. I will, however, put the spotlight on certain aspects of that exposure draft, which we think is particularly important for the implementation in the future. So, yes, talking about international standards, I think it's important to realize that, yes, of course, there is IPSAS SRS 81, the standard Ross Smith has talked about in the previous session, but there are also two other standards which are relevant. Actually, ISSA 5000, and we will, of course, have a look at those standards as well, which is an assurance standard, which is an audit standard, has since been finalized. So that's no longer an exposure draft. That's actually a final standard, which has been issued by the International Audit and Assurance Standards Board in September, almost the same time IPSAS issued the exposure draft. And also we have some proposed amendments to the international education standards, which are issued by the International Federation of Accountants. That's again exposure draft or proposed amendments, which we have right now, but it's also in a foreseeable future that we will have amendments to the education standard. So overall, I think it's important to see that it's basically those three things which need to be addressed in undertaking that reform. We need to consider, of course, what is being reported, and that's where we will have IPSAS SRS. But then, of course, we also need to make sure that there is assurance for that information in place, and that will be something in the field of assurance standards, and obviously for change management, it is very relevant to have the professional education being adopted or adapted to these challenges. So now IPSAS SRS ED1, the climate-related disclosure standard, which is proposed by IPSAS board. We have had a very comprehensive and complete presentation by Ross Smith, so I'm not going to repeat that. Just perhaps, I mean, for those of you who are not very happy with those acronyms, SRS, maybe you have wondered, stands for Sustainability Reporting Standards. So actually this standard will not be like IPSAS, what would it be, 51 or something, or 52? No, they start numbering separately, very similar actually to the ISB or to the ISSB, which has also started with S1, S2, and will continue with S3. So IPSAS has also decided to basically open up a new suite of standards, which are called SRS. It is, however, very important. I think on this slide, actually, the most important point, maybe you have not seen in Ross's presentation, is really that these disclosures are part of the general purpose financial report. And I'm really intentionally stress the second to last word, financial, with a strong connection actually to financial statements. So if you look at the section B of this exposure draft, you will see there's a very detailed reference to the connections to financial statements. And I think this is maybe really something which is a bit different from what we have presented in earlier technical notes, but also with what we have presented in Montenegro. But really that exposure draft stresses that it is strongly connected to financial statements. Now, while it is true that what Dimitri said, that yes, we need to connect with stakeholders and perhaps a broader group of stakeholders, this puts the Ministry of Finance or the Accounting General Office or whatever you call it into the driving seat. Because you cannot rely on the Ministry of Environmental Affairs that they will prepare something which is closely tied to the financial statements. Of course, they will help you perhaps with some advice on some of the metrics, but after all, it is a financial report. So it is not something you can delegate to the Ministry of Environmental Affairs or to some specialists in that field. You have to be in charge of that. And I think that's quite important to realize that. And that also underlines what I have just said about education. This also means that you have to educate yourself, or the accounting profession has to educate itself. It cannot just say, well, there are certain people there who know about environmental affairs and they will take care of it. We have to educate ourselves in this field as well. Again, what Ross has presented in great details, it's about own operations and it's about climate-related policy programs. So just to be clear, this is all entities reporting. So again, I will stress one word on that slide, that's entity. So it's entity reporting. And this is also perhaps something which is a bit different to what you have perceived so far, because obviously there is a relationship to the Paris Agreement. There is a relationship to the Sustainable Development Goals. But, there's a big but, actually the standard requires entity reporting. The Paris Agreement, if your country has signed it, and I think all countries in the room have signed it, the Paris Agreement requires reporting on the country's emission, not on the reporting entities' emissions. So we will have really a different level. Of course, the reporting entity, the government as a reporting entity, is part of the country's emission. But of course, in the country, you have also entities which are non-governmental, which are corporate, which are private households, etc. So you have, of course, other emissions which are reported against the Paris Agreement, but which will not be part of that entity reporting envisaged by IPSAS-B. So this is really what I would like to stress as well. It is about entity reporting, and it is not about reporting for the entire economy, for the entire country, including all its sectors. Then we have seen what kind of disclosures are required. I will actually not go through them in all details, but once again, I will stress perhaps what is the most challenging part is probably the metrics, because again, you will have to come up with the data. So you will have to have some kind of reporting mechanism, similar to what you have for financial reporting. I mean, you also report the expenditures and the revenues of the ministries, etc., and you have to consolidate them into your budgetary entity, and the very same will actually be the case for those metrics. So you will also have to collect the emissions by those ministries, by those entities which you consolidate, because again, they are estimated at the level of Paris Agreement, but you will need to report them based on the measures and on the metrics, and so I think this is very important. As we have seen, and Dimitri already discussed this, the materiality, it's a sort of single or single plus materiality which is required in terms of IPSAS and as well IFRS. But if you go to the European standards, there will be double materiality, so you might have a slight difference. I mean, Bernhard enlightened us in his presentation about these differences. Now, moving on to audit, ISSA, so this is standing for International Standards of Sustainability Assurance. So again, the audit and assurance people, they do the same. They open a new suite of standards, which is ISSA, whereas the traditional audit standards were ISA with one S. And actually, as this is has been finalized right now and will take effect starting 15 December 26, but possibly also earlier if possible. So it does actually override an existing standard which was sort of used in the meantime for those audits, which is ICAE 3000. And I think here the point I would like to stress is that Intosai has not yet decided whether they adopt ISA 5000 into these size. However, as we have heard from Ukraine, for instance, in the previous session, many governments or many government auditors actually use the private sector standards as well. So it might be the case that they will directly use ISA 5000, even if Intosai is taking some more time to adopt it into the ISA suite of standards. Basically, if you read this standard, this is very similar to any other audit standard. So it covers scope, it covers whether it is limited or reasonable assurance. And here, I would like to stress the second point as well. If you look at most countries, they firstly go for limited assurance. Why? Well, because probably the data situation is not certain enough for reasonable assurance. Reasonable assurance, as you know, is more demanding in terms of the assurance work, and probably at the beginning you will face some data collection difficulties, and so possibly it is a wise decision to firstly go to limited assurance and only at the later stage to reasonable assurance. That's also what the European Union is actually proposing, and other countries like New Zealand. Then there is, of course, what is the evidence? What is the assurance materiality? This should not be confused with the single and double materiality in reporting, but that's the assurance materiality, and also its relationship with internal control, very similar to financial statements audits. Finally, the amendments to the IAS, as you can see, 3 of those standards are proposed to be amended: the technical competence, the professional skills, and the professional values, ethics, and attitudes. They are not completely changed, because obviously they will still also deal with financial reporting, financial accounting, but they include some aspects now which refer to sustainability reporting. And those changes are likely to become effective on the 1st of January 2026. So they will also be effective, well, basically within a bit more than a year. So this is what has happened in terms of the standards at international level. And with that, I would like to hand over to Sung Jing. I hope you can hear me, because it's now your part. I don't know, probably we need to click him through. Sung Jing, can you hear us?
Colleagues, while we are fixing the IT problem, Andres will start sharing the main recommendation implication with you. And once Sung Jin is connected, he will take over.
So in terms of recommendations and implications, firstly, I think, and this is very much in line with what we presented also in Montenegro, we do think, yes, I mean, we are living in a standard-based world, and why should any government sort of reinvent the wheel on their own if there are international standards around, and there will be international standards around. So we do think that actually they should be adopted and should be implemented. Now, I'm sort of trying to control the slides. Now, obviously, we do recommend that it will be the IPSAS and IPSAS SRS which are adopted and implemented for financial reporting. As you have heard, there is a bit of discretion in terms of the metrics. So you can use the greenhouse gas protocol, which is a rebuttable presumption, but you can also use other metrics. So in case, for instance, you go towards the ESRS, you might also use the ESRS metrics and explain that. Then assurance also, probably it would be the IPSAS in the future, but as I mentioned before, pre-audit institution is using that, and in the education standards. As Dimitri has already, the same question for the IPSAS is whether you adopt the standards directly or indirectly. So you will also have to decide on whether you do that directly and indirectly. Now, obviously, it's fair to presume that most countries will go for the same way they go for IPSAS as well, because they are already in that field. But I think, and we as a team think, you should at least reconsider that, whether you go for the same way or whether you go for direct adoption in case of the SRS standard, just also because of the work which needs to be done in this respect. Then the second recommendation is basically what we all did already, I think, in terms of financial reporting on financial statements. When we started the reform, I think most countries or all countries have done an analysis of the regulatory framework. And this needs to be done again, but as Dimitri has already mentioned, it's not limited to accounting, to the accounting framework, but it is also including sustainability reporting. We have heard from countries like Ukraine. I mean, it's not a blank sheet of paper where we start. We usually have some standards in place, at least for corporate entities, for the private sector, possibly also for state-owned enterprises. We might have some regulation in place in order to implement the Paris Agreement. We might have some regulation in place to implement the SDGs. So this also needs to be included, of course, in the analysis of the regulatory framework and to be considered when taking the decisions then on the reform strategy. The reform strategy is probably a core recommendation. I mean, R3 is just one point, but obviously this is a very critical point. You need to develop a reform strategy, which also includes the stakeholders, as we have heard before, because really that's very important. And I would also like to stress that you need to gain political approval, because it's not a very simple task. It's a rather complicated task. You will need some resources. You will also need to include the reporting entities, and the reporting entities will need to collect data. So if they don't feel that there's political support, you will have opposition probably against this reform. So it is not only important in terms of resources, but it's important also in terms of acceptance, that all the entities can see the relevancy and the necessity to implement these standards. And then, of course, you need to define the activities which are to be taken. You need to define the milestones, and you also need to allocate the resources. We do believe that it is not as big a reform as implementing IPSAS, but we believe it's about probably the same size like implementing consolidation. I mean, one of the more complicated standards, which includes a lot of entities, so it is probably quite similar in terms of scale, this project, to something like consolidation or maybe financial instruments. It's certainly more than a very simple IPSAS standard, but it's probably not as big as all the other like 39 or 49 IPSAS standards together. So it is somewhere in between. It is a relevant project, but it is sort of medium-sized. Now I'm sort of being moved to the... Oh, here is Sungjing. Sungjing, can you say something?
Yes, I'm here. Great. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. So we've been on the recommendation 4 already. So you can take over with recommendation 5, I would say. That's slide 14, Sungjing.
Okay, can we
I'll take over from here.
Sorry, could we put English version of the presentation, please?
I'm sorry, what? So you can hear me now, right?
Yes, we can hear you. Just give us a...
Okay.
Unless you learn already Serbian, Croatian.
Oh, no. Oh, okay. Now I can see the slide. By the way, for all the participants on the floor, sorry about the technical trouble. I might provide it to you, so I was online, but somehow I could not talk to you at the right time.
Yeah, I think it was our fault.
It happens.
English version of the presentation, please.
Hey.
Oh, it's there.
Well, actually, okay.
Yes,
all right.
Great.
So I believe all of you are on page 14 of the slide.
That's right.
Starting with recommendation number 5, right?
No, you have to. I have not done number 5, so you can start with
Yes,
recommendation
all right,
5. Yes, please.
All right. I'll talk from recommendation number 5. Recommendation number 5: integrate financial and sustainability related information. So this, okay, now we can see the slide. Because this issue of location of the sustainability related information has been a big topic, even for private sector sustainability reporting standard setting stage. And same thing happened in IPSAS abyss side as well. Ultimately, they decided to put this sustainability related information very close to financial statement. But it is, even though it is not part of financial statement, it is part of general purpose financial report, and it says be trying to emphasize the connectivity between financial information and sustainability related information. So that kind of close relationship should be considered, and that is also important to decide who you want to be engaged and who, what types of stakeholders you want to bring on the board. So connectivity is important. And moving on to recommendation number 6, manage parallel sustainability related budget reform. And even now, many countries, maybe not all, but many countries are trying to do something to introduce sustainability related budget system, well, so-called green budgeting, or prepare some kind of earmarking for budget appropriation for green initiatives. However, IPSAS has not focusing on this green budgeting or budget appropriation issue at the center stage. IPSAS SRS ED1 focusing more on greenhouse gas issues. But this budget, a parallel budget reform may have implications for sustainable reporting as well, mainly for 3 points. First, as part of its SRS ED1, when public policy programs are disclosed through SRS ED1, those climate-related public policy programs should information about those policy programs should goes hand in hand with the budget information, so that should be considered. And also existing IPSAS 24 preparation of budget information that may have this budget reform may have implication for that kind of additional disclosure through existing IPSAS 24 as well. And also, if a country is using IPSAS RPT3, presentation of service performance information, then this kind of parallel budget reform may also have a certain implication. So these kind of parallel budget reform should be considered as well when going through this implementation of sustainable related disclosure by applying IPSAS SRS 81. And moving on to recommendation number 7, can you?
Yes.
Go to the next slide, please.
Yes, we are on the slide with recommendation 7, slide 15 now.
Okay. So the 7th recommendation is define accountability mechanism. So again, this sustainability related disclosure is not a part of financial statement, even though it is part of general purpose financial report. So existing accountability mechanism for financial statement may not work. So so separate or related accountability mechanism should be considered. Who will actually prepare the report, or how to present the report? Well, oftentimes Minister of Finance will take the leading role, but this kind of person in charge should be considered specifically, and what kind of approval mechanism will be kept. And because the sustainability related information disclosure is closely connected to financial statement, so existing accountability mechanism should be reconsidered to be applied to the accountability mechanism for sustainability related information. Or it is possible to craft brand new accountability mechanism for sustainability reporting system. Well, in that case, individual jurisdiction may take more time and take the measured pace to develop its own accountability mechanism over time. And 8th recommendation develop assurance of sustainability related information. Obviously, the sustainability disclosure standard is not finalized, but it's close to be finalized. The disclosure draft is already out. And once it is finalized, the implementation of the sustainability related disclosure should go hand in hand with assurance of those information. And it is not finalized yet. It is possible that ISSA 5000 can be applied for the purpose of public sector sustainability related information, or a spring-loaded institution may come up or separate assurance standard for spring-loaded institutions. Either way, a certain level of probably limited level of assurance, at least a certain level of assurance should be provided, even at the early stage of sustainability-related disclosure. And ultimately, in the later on, a higher level of assurance, reasonable assurance is recommended to be provided to make this sustainability-related information become more reliable and consistent with existing financial information as well. And the last but not the least recommendation, ninth one, is about design, change management, and capacity building activities. And all these engagement activities should be embedded into existing or not existing, newly crafted reform strategy. And when this change management and capacity building activities is considered, it is important to consider international education standard, well, newly proposed international education standard amendment, because those kind of new activities or outreach engagement can be added on top of existing system, professional education system or training system of accountants and auditors of each jurisdiction. So these are 9 recommendations coming out of the study done by Andreas and his research team, and these 9 are not like step-by-step guidelines you guys can simply take and follow, but these are overall recommendations intended to be useful for you when you are going through or modeling through this process of adopting and implementing sustainability related information disclosure system for your own jurisdiction. So these are 9 recommendations we have on prepared for the presentation. And I'm gonna turn the microphone back to you, Andreas or Dimitri.
Thank you, Sunjin. Yes, sorry about this IT glitch, but it's great that you were able to join us, and we have another session with you tomorrow also to share the Korean experience on SOEs. So we have a few more minutes before the lunch, so please share if you have any questions, comments, suggestions on the ongoing paper, or maybe any ideas for the upcoming one. The microphones on the sides of the room, and a couple in the middle. So choose the one that is closer to you.
Should I this one or yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Regarding the sustainability reporting, since in Albania, I come from Albania, we are introducing in the budget planning phase budget performance planning methodology and monitoring also. Is there any link between budget planning, performance planning, and monitoring with the sustainability reporting? Because, yeah.
Thank you.
We feel there is a link or similarities, but yeah, we want to understand if yes, is there any difference then? Which are the differences?
Thank you. Very good question. And I think a very important one for many jurisdictions, not only for Albania. I mean, in terms of that sort of green budgeting or any other like targeted budgeting, you of course then report against those budget targets. This is not exactly what IPSAS SRS ED1 requires, except if it is about climate-related policies. So we have heard that you need to disclose the entity's operations, but also climate-related policies. However, the entity's operations, they will more likely refer to their ongoing operations. I mean, you have probably some power plants which are operating and which emit greenhouse gases if they are, for instance, fired with coal or with oil or with gas. You probably have some heating or cooling of your government buildings, which is consuming energy and which is also causing some emissions. So that's what you need to report in terms of the own operations, what is required. And this is more likely not equivalent to that targeting system in the budgeting. So this is actually also what I tried. I mean, some people thought, well, that's going to be the resolution for the public sector, that we do this targeted budgeting, and then we show the compliance against this targeted budgeting. And it is only part of the answer, because you still need to report for the own operations, and the own operations include in many cases ongoing operations, and not only those targeted budget initiatives which you can flag. So it's a mixture, actually.
If I may to add also a couple of points. It would be very timely if Albania can move forward with this kind of initiatives in terms of green budgeting. And Ross was explaining that the IPSAS SRS AD1 will allow to focus not only the traditional single materiality of sustainability reporting, but also there is a requirement to report on sustainability related budget programs. So if you have this kind of project already identified, tagged, earmarked in the budget, it would facilitate a lot of sustainability reporting in public sector, right? So that, I would say, that is the direct link that you have there. And of course, the SRS one is just the first standard of a series of public sector sustainability reporting standards that IPSAS board will be issuing in the following years. So we need to be tuned to see how the new framework will be developing in the next years. In the second point, I know Albania is working now on a couple, I think it's 5 subnational PFAS. But I'm not sure if you recently had any climate-oriented PFA recently in Albania. That could be something interesting to do, maybe at least at the national level, to see how aligned are the current budget procedures in terms of climate-oriented budgeting, comparing to the good international practices. Adrian.
Big issues down to when you're looking at trying to tag climate-related expenditures on what's the basis for defining what's climate-related or not. And the Rio markers uses that basic principle of intent. You know, what's the objective of the program? But there are a lot of climate impacts that come through programs that may not be have a climate objective. So for the banks, for the international financial institutions, we work on the basis of so-called climate co-benefits. But even those don't capture all of the expenditures. So for instance, if you're building a road and you need to change your tarmac because of new climate conditions, hotter weather, that has an incremental cost. So where do you draw the line of what becomes climate relevant in the context of this reporting?
Great question.
Well, I think, we have heard in the presentation of Ross and also in my presentation that yes, those programs have to be climate-related programs. I think the general view is that this should not be too narrow, because otherwise it could be actually too selective. Because, for instance, if you have to replace power plants, you may say, well, but that's not climate related, it's energy related, and scope them out. But that's probably not the intention of the standard. I mean, that's probably also an area where IPSAS, and I talked about that during the break with Ross, will receive some comments back. That it should not be too narrow in terms of climate related, because otherwise it could be misleading actually, and that's of course not the intention of this draft standard, and so perhaps IPSAS will be more in the final standard on what should be included in climate related than it is right now in the exposure draft.
1 second, and the good thing is that we have Ross with us, so maybe Ross, you can add any clarification in terms of the budget program reporting as part of the IPSAS SRS scope, because it might be very different from any existing PFM green budgeting initiative.
So, on, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, we looked at it from the financial reporting perspective. We didn't look at budget execution. But in early stages of us moving into sustainability, we did work with the OEC Collaborative on Green Budgeting to understand their green budget framework, how they're thinking about reporting against budgetary frameworks in the OECD, and how that should inform where we went with the policymaking activities. And I do think the issue and the devil is in the details, as Andreas already talked about, is we've got a principle that it's climate-related programs. I think the judgment that's still out for consideration in this consultation is how you determine which policies are climate-related or not. Is it the label on the policy, or do you actually look at the positive and negative effects of a policy to determine whether it's climate-related? I think at that where we'll probably hear a little bit of noise, and the board will need to consider if they've got it right. The intention, I believe, if you asked each of the board members who were involved, would be that both positive and negative climate impacting policies would be considered in this. But when you read the wording, I don't know if everyone's getting that sense at the moment. So there might be scope to deal with that. The good thing is it's out for consultation, not a final standard. And the story is not fully written yet.
Thank you, Russ. Lily?
Thank you. Well, my question is a bit practical about linkage of financial reporting and the sustainability reporting. Because with the colleagues, what we discussed is that when we're doing sustainability reporting and we are doing all these reclamations that we're going to do all these objectives that we have, or maybe from transforming from scope 1 to scope 2, or maybe scope 3, how is it shown in the financial reporting? Because our first idea is maybe we have to show it somewhere in provisions, in contingencies, in commitments, in order, first of all, to show the public that actually we're real when saying we're going to do this, this, and this. And the second part is to show the auditor the audit trail between what we're expecting to do in sustainability and what we're doing with what we're actually reporting it. And what Ross was, as I understood, it hit me what Ross told me, because there was a board member who said, we're focusing on the good things, but not the wrong things. And it has to be shown in the financial reporting, some practical steps in order to see that actually the entity who is proclaiming that is doing it, there is some steps, some financial steps that he has taken.
I mean, the exposure draft is quite clear in this section B, actually, which I presented, that there needs to be a close connection with financial statements in terms of the entity, in terms of the period, in terms of the measurement, etc. So it is quite principle-based. It leaves it open if it is part of the disclosures. I mean, if it is in the same volume or if it is an additional volume of financial reporting, because that's not prescriptive in the current exposure draft. So you can do it either way, but you have to make this connection. And obviously, you're completely right. I mean, that's where audit comes in, because really, yes, you need to make sure that you have an audit trail if you claim, for instance, that something is related to climate. You have to provide the audit trail. Even if you want to get only limited assurance, you will need to provide that. Even more so if you want reasonable assurance, it's not something the auditors will just believe because it's written on a blank sheet of paper. So you will need to have an audit trail for that, and I think this is why also I said that probably you, as preparers of the financial statement, need to be in the driver's seat. Huh? Because otherwise, if you split the responsibility and say, well, some other entity, some Ministry of the Environment or someone else is doing this, then it's probably not going to be linked, really. And that's your concern. So that's actually also what we found. I mean, we presented the country experiences in Montenegro. As you know, we analyzed 4 countries which are doing something interesting. But actually, yes, that's one of the concerns. Even in probably the UK is closest to what IPSAS is proposing, but even in the UK, they don't manage right now to have this audit trail. So they don't. So basically, they have a separate team who is writing Chapter 6 of the financial statements, and that's sustainability. And that's not really linking. And that was one of the concerns we had in those country experiences we presented in Montenegro, that even in the UK, it is not linking. Even less so in New Zealand and Switzerland, it is not linking, or in Brazil, it is not linking. But it has to link, yes. You're completely right. So I guess this is why we came to the conclusion that you, and understand most of you are really working in ministries of finance and are responsible for financial reporting. You need to be in the driver's seat, because otherwise you will never bring it together. If you do a division of labor and have someone else doing it, that will never match.
And a couple of points following up on Andres' clarification. So in the paper, there is a chapter on international experience that you can see examples of 4 different countries who do some first steps in terms of sustainability reporting for public sector. But the reality is that it's not mandatory for most of the countries, right? So the countries who are already moving towards this direction, it's like their own decision which way they want to take to advance that reform. Now with the newly issued IPSAS SRS, we are going to have a little bit more clarity in terms of what could be the roadmap and the way forward. But more specifically, at the beginning of the presentation, I presented a list of topics that should be considered and discussed prior to implementing sustainability reporting in public sector. And the link between the financial and sustainability reporting is one of them. The good thing that Andres was mentioning, that for now there is a lot of flexibility, right? So it's basically up to you in case of Armenia. And I know that we also just discussed it with Karen. In case of Armenia, Ukraine Ministry of Finance is issuing the regulatory framework for both public and private sector, right? So first start with the private sector, see how it works in the private sector, and based on the lesson learned, based on the more developed framework for the public sector, you can decide what would be the right approach for the Armenia. But basically, you can do it as part of the financial statements. But of course, you need to sit down with the Supreme Audit Institution and discuss what are the implications in terms of accountability and assurance, whether this annex or new financial statements or just a note to financial statement would be also audited as part of the package of the financial statements. Or you can issue or start issuing a standalone sustainability reporting separated from financial statements and just do some references. Sure.
Thank you for the insight. But, well, my first impression was maybe we are going to do something with the provision standards. with contingency, and the same thing with the ISA. Maybe we are going to have some details, some technical details on it, because in order to comply with these standards, we have to take some practical steps. Maybe we can have some practice guide on these standards in order to help the reporter and the auditor to make it more clear. Because per our understanding, the first thing is provisions and contingencies, in order to have this link between financial reporting and the sustainability reporting. Otherwise, the linkage would be really difficult.
I mean, I'm not really sure if this is the road to take, because I mean, also in the private sector, IFRS is not requiring to have a provision for that change. It is actually just to disclose the impact. So it is more probably in the field of contingent liabilities, in your words, rather than provisions. So it's probably not hitting the balance sheet on the liability side with provisions. However, I think the other impact is really is the expenses. So I think that's where you will have some impact on the expense side, not on the balance sheet, but on the statement of financial performance. You will have some impact, either increased spending or also perhaps additional revenues. For instance, if you implement a CO2 tax or a commuting tax, or if you tax some things which are not so good, then you will have also additional revenue from those taxes. So you will have actually probably the first impact, in my view, is on the statement of financial performance and not on the balance sheet. There might be impacts on the balance sheet. I'm not saying never ever, but it's probably the most direct impact you will see on the statement of financial performance.
Yes, please.
Svetlana Zabilevich from Ukraine. Before this time, a lot of enterprises in Ukraine and in the world from different sectors, private and public, used GRI standards.
Yeah.
What is the future of these standards now? Thank you.
I think GRI standard will continue to exist. I mean, there was a certain period where many standard setters merged into ISSB, but not GRI. So GRI is remaining as a separate standard setter, perhaps because it is sort of taking also a slightly broader perspective. I mean, we talked about single double materiality or dynamic materiality. So I would arguably say GRI is more in the field of double or dynamic materiality. And so many corporates actually do report on that because of their stakeholders, because they need to face questions of their stakeholders. And so state-owned enterprises might as well do that. They might continue to report also based on GRI. However, that's not the current requirement, which is in IPSAS SRS ED1. IPSAS SRS ED1 is more closely aligned with IFRS S2 and S1, as we have heard, except for those public policy programs, which are sort of an additional element which was added by IPSAS-B, which is also not in GRI. So I would expect that governments move more towards entity reporting, similar to IFRS, which also helps in terms of consolidation, perhaps. And the public policy programs, as we have heard in Ross's presentation earlier this morning. And GRI is, I would say, more something which is probably done by some corporates, perhaps on a voluntary basis, if they feel exposed to some stakeholders who require this GRI disclosure. But I see GRI being live and active, so they are nowhere close to be dying off. I think they will continue to be there. I don't know, Ross, if you want to say something on GRI.
So I don't want to steal too much thunder for after lunch, where we talk about a lot of this in the provisions discussion. But we work with GRI in the development of our standard as well. And our standard is meant to be complementary if you wanted to use GRI to expand your reporting outside of general purpose financial statements, because their guidance is broader. It's about impact reporting, which can be impact on society, environment, people. So your stakeholder group is much wider than your general purpose financial report. So inconsistent with where we've gone, but wider. So it's a different perspective. And we've worked with GRI staff throughout our project to try and make sure our guidance works with theirs, and to work off the guidance and the thinking they've already taken forward in this space. But we've used our conceptual framework to frame on what we think governments need to directly report on in a general purpose financial report. But I'll speak a little bit more about this after lunch from a provisions perspective. That'll help maybe add a little bit more on how we're thinking about it and how that works. But I completely agree with Andreas. GRI continues to have a place in reporting. They've got a wealth of guidance. Their material is useful, more private sector oriented. Say the one difference we see is our stakeholder group, and the feedback we get is from public sector experts on application in the public sector. If you look at GRI or ISSBs constituted, they don't take a public sector perspective, and they don't have public sector stakeholders feeding into their process on a regular basis. So there's a question of the legitimacy of their guidance being applied to public sector entities.
Thank you, Ross. Andres, everyone, I think it's time for the lunch, so we will stop here, and we see you back. What time? 2 o'clock? We meet you back here at 2 to continue with these afternoon sessions. Thank you so much.
Friends, after a very nice lunch and the first half of the day, I'm very pleased to pass the floor to Arun Manunja, who is also co-leader of our PULSAR Second 2 program and a strongly contributor to many of our programs. Arun, please introduce the panel. And
Thank you, Arman. So, as Arman said, my name is Arun Manuja. You can call me Arun, and I have the honor of presenting the distinguished panel of guests. Manj Kalar, Paul Messon, Ross Smith. Welcome again, Ross. This is your second session.
Yes.
And Thomas Berger. So you have their resumes, their little bios in the agenda, and you can make out that this is one of the most distinguished panel one can have on the particular subject that we are going to talk about, which is the provision of the treatment of the accounting for provisions and contingent liabilities. So we'll discuss the good international practices in terms of accounting treatment of provisions and contingent liabilities. And we will also touch upon the public-private partnerships there. So in terms of the layout of the session, we wanted to make sure that there is a background in front of you when you look at the practical examples. So we will have Thomas starting, and Thomas will be presenting the technical aspects so that we all have a clarity on the technical aspects, so that you can think more and relate them to the practical examples and ask questions. Then we'll have Ross talking about it from standards perspective, and that he does very well. And you will be impressed with all the 4 presentations, and each one will last for about 10 minutes. Then we will have Manj coming in and giving the example of United Kingdom, particularly how the information on provisions and contingent liability is monitored by the US government, and also relating it to the fiscal risks. And then we'll have Paul coming in and talking about particularly the climate change and sustainability, and adding his practical experience to it. So let's straight dive into the session. And Thomas, you're welcome to come here.
Yeah, thank you, Arun. Hello, everybody. I'm really happy to be with you again this year, or towards the end of the year. As always, I have the slot after lunch. That's probably my destiny. So I hope you will not only digest, but also digest what I have to say. So if we look at the agenda, and I think that was what Arun just said, it looks like a complete change of the topic. But actually, I think this is not the case. And the question before lunch was a perfect bridging over from the morning session into the afternoon session. Because we heard about sustainability reporting being a general purpose financial report with a strong link to financial statements. And that means that climate related risks discussed and reported in sustainability reporting need to be reflected consistently in the financial statements. And IPSAS 19 is actually one of the hinge joints between sustainability reporting and financial reporting. Impairment of assets would be another one, IPSAS 21, IPSAS 26, but IPSAS 19 is a very important link between that. And IPSAS 19 already contains everything we need. There is no need to do a change of IPSAS 19 or an amendment. I think what certainly would be helpful, have additional examples coming and related to sustainability reporting. And we will hear a little bit about that coming from the IFRS. But I think it's important to understand that sustainability reporting will not create new provisions or new contingent liabilities. They have been existing anyway, right? If I would be an auditor of financial statements in the government, I would start looking at sustainability reporting and then look for consistency and completeness in the financial statement. But it's not creating any new provisions or any new contingent liabilities. I think that's really important to understand. So with that, I start my presentation. And if I want you to remember anything of my presentation, then it's this slide. I will show you the scope and the flow of IPSAS 19, and I will show you why IPSAS 19 is one of my favorite standards. Because in this standard, it is really where kind of judgment is needed. And I can tell you, I had the most exciting discussions with my audit clients in my 30 years of career and of being related to IPSAS 19 or IAS 37 in the private sector. Because this is really where the art of storytelling comes into play. Here, creativity is needed in order to describe and to make understandable for readers what the reality is about. Some clients misunderstand that in being fantasy being involved. It's not fantasy, it's creativity, right? So judgment is needed. One thing just to add, in the interest of time, I included all the necessary definitions in the back part, in the appendix of my presentation, in order to save time. But it all starts with past obligating events, right? It could be more than one, it could be a series of events, and you will understand in a second why. But a past obligating event is an event that creates obligations with no realistic alternative to settle the obligation. So it leads to a present obligation. If we think about a present obligation, we immediately think about legal obligations. That is true, but it also could be what we call a constructive obligation. And that is actually where, again, judgment is needed, because a constructive obligation derives from an entity's action where, by established pattern of past practice, the entity has indicated that it will accept certain responsibilities, number one. And number two, by that, it created a valid expectation on the public perspective that the entity will fulfill this responsibility. And I think that already kind of gives you a glimpse of where the connectivity and the connection to climate-related or sustainability reporting will be. The next point where judgment is needed is actually regarding the question, is an outflow probable? Yes or no, coming from this obligation. You might have an obligation, but it's not probable that you will have an outflow. If you have an outflow, then this is what we call in financial statement terms a liability, okay? So not every present obligation is a liability. If the outflow is probable, it is a liability. The second judgment which is needed here is whether the amount and the timing of this outflow of resources is certain or not. If it is certain, then we talk about an accrual. It's a payable, and we are not in IPSAS 19, right? If there's uncertainty involved, then we are talking about what we call a provision. And this is in the scope of IPSAS 19. Now let's look at what happens if the outflow is not probable. We are in the balance sheet, of course. So if it's not probable, then this is where we talk about contingent liability, and we will kind of see what probability means actually. So the contingent liability is not in the balance sheet. It is in the disclosure notes. And then I think there's another very interesting point, and a point of a lot of discussions with audit clients which want to avoid the recognition of a provision, and that is to say it's not measurable. I know I have a liability. It might be there will be an outflow, but I can't measure it. And the standard makes it very clear that this is only rare cases, really rare cases. We can talk about examples later, but that's just for the theory. So let's look at the judgments in a little bit more detail. So when it comes to the probability of outflow of resources, the question number one is there a present obligation? Yes, yes, yes. Is the outflow probable? If it is probable, then we recognize a liability, okay? If it is not probable, the consequential action is to disclose a contingent liability. If it is even remote, we do not do anything. So that's the consequential actions. And now let's look at what does probability mean. There are actually different forms of probability. And we start at the top of this table. If it is virtually certain, then there's an accrual, which we recognize, right? If it is more likely than not, and you have heard that term probably when you looked at IPSAS 19, if it is more likely than not, so it's above 50% probability, then a provision is recognized. If it is possible, but not probable, so meaning between 5 and 50%, as like guidance, then a contingent liability is disclosed, right? If it is below 5%, and again, that is judgment, this is where we have the discussions with you, then there's not even a disclosure. Just for the sakeness of completeness, the standard also talks about contingent assets. I'm not going to talk about that in a large detail, but I don't want to hide that also contingent assets are included in IPSAS 19. So now let's come to the second judgment, which is the certainty of amount and timing. And you see in that picture that if there is uncertainty either on the timing or on the amount, then we are in the provision. There needs to be certainty in both timing and amount in order to come to a payable and an accrual. And if there is kind of like uncertainty in everything, like the amount and the timing, then we are talking about a contingent liability if it is, as I said, it's like measurable. So talking about measurement, and this is actually the new measurement framework, which was endorsed by the IPSAS in the conceptual framework, chapter 7, and also in IPSAS 46 measurement. And if you want to know where kind of we are when we talk about settlement, then it is here, right? We are talking about cost of fulfillment in order to measure provision. If we are not going to kind of trade it, to kind of sell it or transfer it to somebody else. Let's talk about the case of settlement. We want to settle this provision ourselves. So the cost of fulfillment is the right approach, and the measurement technique is the so-called income approach, meaning these are the future outflows which are discounted to the balance sheet date. And that brings us already to the three important aspects of measuring. The first is the best estimate. So the best estimate means that the amount recognized shall be like the best estimate of the expenditure required. This is the fulfillment value to settle the present obligation or to transfer it to a third party. And there are different methods, and this is depending on the circumstances, what information is available. It would lead too far if kind of we go into depth of that, but there are different methods available depending on the information available. Number two is present value. And that means if the kind of future outflows are in the future, they need to be discounted using an interest rate, and it should be recognized at the present value of the expenditures needed in the future. And the last point is risks and uncertainties. And this is also a point where you have huge discussions with the clients normally, because there are some clients who want to have like very high provisions, and they're referring to the risks and uncertainties. Yes, these need to be reflected, but the standard makes it very clear that uncertainty does not justify excessive provisions just to be on the safe side. So in a nutshell, that's it. And I hope it was not overwhelming after lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas. In fact, I want to tell you something now, that your session was planned after lunch intentionally because you are such a nice storyteller. And Arman was very categoric, saying we have to have this session immediately after lunch so that everyone wakes up. So see, the whole room is live now. So how beautifully he explained about provisions, contingent liabilities, their recognition, their measurement, risk and uncertainty. So let's have Ross now look at the standards.
Thank you very much. And it's kind of a hard act to follow coming after Thomas, but thankfully he's done an excellent job of explaining IPSAS 19, which means I don't have to. But what I'd like to do is, with us moving into sustainability reporting, I thought it'd be interesting looking at the balance of slides if I kind of focused on a slightly different element about provisions and the link between general purpose financial reports and financial statements, and highlight some practical guidance we've actually had in the IPSAS standards for a couple of years to help you both on the topics of provisions as well as other accounting transactions as it relates to climate. So we've got some good practical guidance that's already available on the website if you're thinking about these issues, can help you think about the financial impact in financial statements and the link to general purpose financial reports. So it shouldn't take me that long to go through this, but there's some important points that kind of set the scene for why IPSASB's even setting standards for sustainability and how that relates to financial statements. So here is, at the top of the slide, is the IPSASB's new strategic objective that guides all of the IPSASB's work. And it's strengthening public financial management and sustainable development globally through increasing adoption implementation of IPSAS and international public sector sustainability standards. And there's an important nuance there that I want to highlight, because all of the IPSASB's work is always framed in either improving public financial management through good reporting or sustainable development now and the sustainability side. It's not a reporting exercise on its own. The information provided in those reports should be useful for more than just reporting in financial statements. It's useful for decision-making. It's useful for management decisions. And again, the board didn't come to this by accident or lightly. It's really from the board's preface and the terms of reference that guide the board's work, going back to its inception as a committee of IFAC, the Public Sector Committee 25 years ago, and as it's evolved to the modern day standard setter we have today. And on the left-hand side, here is kind of the ethos of the board, and that's to serve public interests by developing high-quality accounting and other publications for use by public sector entities around the world in the preparation of GPFRs. So even before we started setting standards on sustainability, the board's had a broader lens than thinking about what's reported in IPSAS financial statements. And I'll talk about some of that guidance. But in our conceptual framework, and the way the board thinks about it comes from our conceptual framework. And that's general purpose financial reporting. So your sustainability reporting, other reporting outside financial statements are broader than your general purpose financial reports, your IPSAS. But those reports should enhance, complement, and supplement the information in your financial statements. So to Thomas's point, anything you're realizing as you start to work through sustainability that causes you to think about what's in your financial statements differently shouldn't be a revelation, because if you're applying the IPSAS standards today, those are transactions your government's already entering into. So if you're applying the full suite of IPSAS, you should be capturing your provisions properly. You should be taking into account climate changes and the impact on your property, plant, and equipment, your impairment, your investment strategy. All of those things should be complementary in your general purpose financial reports. And I'll kind of explain what I mean by that here. So traditionally, the dark blue box on this slide is your IPSAS financial statement. So this is what you should report on your statement of financial position, statement of financial performance, equity, and notes. But broader than that, going back to 2013, the IPSASBs had recommended practice guidelines that go broader and provide information outside of financial statements that enhances, complements, and makes the information in financial statements more impactful and more useful. So that's recommended practice guideline 1 on long-term financial sustainability, recommended practice guideline 2 on financial statement discussion and analysis, and recommended practice guideline 3 on reporting service performance information. And again, in the board developing the first IPSASB sustainability reporting standard on climate, we look to the work the board has already taken into account, particularly on RPG 1 on long-term fiscal sustainability and RPG 3 on service performance reporting. And that's where the public policy program angle of reporting on programs actually comes from. That's a model we've built off of in RPG 3 that relates to the effective management of a financial program and ensuring that the information links up with your financial statements. And again, we talked a little bit before lunch about where all these other standards fit in the environment. And this is where the discussion of GRI came in. So GRI, in my view, their standards could fit in general purpose financial reports, depending on the nature of the impact you're reporting, but it often goes broader into the other reporting space if you're, reporting on broad impacts as all of the activities of the entity and the impacts on outside stakeholders. But stepping back and thinking about the connectivity between what you put in your sustainability report and what goes in your general purpose financial statement are some more principles drawn from our conceptual framework that go in the little wheel on the right hand of the slide. And that in your general purpose financial reports, there should be linked disclosures in those general purpose broader financial reports that give you information that's useful, but there should also be links to the information in your financial statements, and there should be consistency in those reports. They don't have to be directly linked, but to Thomas's point, if you're an auditor, for example, and you're trying to understand financial statement risks, I think those general purpose financial reports have a lot of good information that I would look at if I was trying to get completeness over contingencies. And again, if you think about provisions and contingent liabilities, the audit risk and the statement risk is usually understatement and the completeness. There's a flip side of a risk that Thomas also noted about inflating those provisions in a bad year to try and take all the hit in 1 year. So it's a bit of a measurement issue as well. But again, all of that information should be in your complementary report. So I think, provisions is a really important area to think about when you're trying to think about the link between climate-related reporting and your financial statements. So again, to give some plugs to information that already exists that you can find on the IPSASB website to help you and think through the financial impacts, I first wanted to highlight a guide that we put out just last year on provisions, contingencies, and guarantees. And we did this work after some OECD discussions about the challenges in managing contingencies for governments. And someone from one of the OECD groups said to me, we don't know how to account for these items. And I said, well, that's really troubling because they're fully covered in the IPSAS standards and have been for several years. And they didn't understand, because I guess in a statistical way of thinking about it, contingencies are very broad, and they didn't know where to go in the IPSAS framework to find the different types of guidance. So we set out this document that kind of walks you through contingency guarantee accounting and tells you where to look in IPSAS for the different types of transactions so that you're effectively capturing the impact of various types of contingencies in your financial statements. So there's guidance on identifying the different types of contingencies, the standards you'd apply, then the actual accounting for contingent liabilities, as well as the accounting for and measuring financial guarantees, which are types of contingencies, but completely different than provisions because of the contractual nature of them. So it's really important to take that holistic approach when you're thinking about contingencies. And I believe Paul's going to talk a little bit about IPSAS 32, that also is not necessarily a contingency, but an area where you can have significant liabilities related to how you operate a private-public partnership. The other thing this document talks about is how our standard is aligned with the private sector standard and how our standards are aligned with the statistical reporting frameworks, because we have formal policies to align with both statistical frameworks and the IFRS. It explains the relevant guidance in those two standards you'd look to if you were trying to make the link. So I just wanted to give a plug to that. There are links in the back of the document that will help you find exactly where these are. Have a look. If you have questions, let me know. But I wanted to highlight that because if this is a live issue for you in your jurisdiction, this guidance is there. It's relatively high level and straightforward, and will help you start to think it through in a little more detail. And then I wanted to highlight that we've got a similar document on understanding the climate-related impacts on your financial statements. And this was put out in 2020 as we started our Tangible Natural Resources project. And at the time, the board almost turned that into a sustainability project. And we said, listen, if we're trying to capture the impact on financial statements, we should go through the IPSAS from front to back and clearly highlight how different considerations of climate, including provisions, are thought about when you apply the IPSAS and captured in financial statements. This is a document I could see us updating in the next year or two as we actually get a climate standard. But a lot of the initial thinking on the impact on financial statements is already captured in this document that tells you how to apply the full suite of IPSAS, including the recommended practice guidelines, to some of the key issues you think about when capturing the impact of climate, including a pretty good discussion on provisions and financial guarantees. And the last thing I wanted to leave you with before turning it over to Paul is the provision standard on the private sector side, IS 37, just put out an exposure draft a couple weeks ago that's going to update the provision standard. Now, it's out for consultation now, and the updates are expected to flow through later this year. But should the private sector guidance change, we will definitely add this to our work program and update IPSAS 19 for this. Now, in the private sector, they call this targeted improvements because they're not looking to shake up or change the foundation of provisions accounting. However, they are looking to help with the front end of Thomas's scope to help you better separately identify in the guidance your past event, your probable outflow of resources, and whether you have a present obligation that leads to the recognition of a liability. In IPSAS 19 today and IS 37 today, that's in one single paragraph. But in the ISB conceptual framework and the IPSAS conceptual framework that have come out after those standards were published, there's extensive thinking on how to identify those past events, the probable outflow, as well as identifying present obligation that haven't been articulated in the standards. So that's one of the changes that they're proposing to introduce. The other one relates to estimating the future outflows of the cash flows, and then how you discount those and recognize the impact of discounting consistently in financial statements. And without boring you to death on that, there's different methodologies on how you would calculate the discount rate and reflect that. And they're still allowing that optionality, but now they're going to require disclosure to explain how you came up with your discount rate and how you've adjusted it for risk. So with that, that brings me to the end of my quick update. Here's the links to the resources, which I'm sure will be shared, but thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to hearing Manj and Paul talk about this.
Thank you, Ross. So how beautifully Ross related each and every element of Thomas's theory with the standards. So excellent. So let's hear Manch on the practical experience from UK. And welcome to you, and come tell us your story now.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Thomas and Ross, for clearly setting out the picture. First and foremost, I'd just like to say a huge thank you, and what it is, an honor it is to be able to speak to you once again. I was here in June, so thank you, Team WorldBank, for inviting me back. And but most of all, thank you to the audience for listening, and hopefully these sessions will help you in terms of shaping your thinking and learning from us. For those of you with children in the room, you probably heard this, are we there yet? UK, are we there yet? No. But you can learn from us, hopefully. And what I hope to do is share with you some insights that will give you some ideas to think, how can you leverage the information you have already? You have lots of expertise, but you may not know it yet. Okay, so this works. So, UK government, we had been reporting provisions, contingent liabilities for quite some time. In fact, central government was late to the party. Local government have been reporting on an accrual basis for over 100 years. Central government transitioned about 25 years ago. Yeah, 25 years ago, when that was my first accountant role. And then there was a big push about 2016-17, whilst at that stage, we'd been publishing accrual accounts and the whole of the government accounts for 5 years. So we had 3 key drivers for change. Firstly, the Comptroller and Auditor General, the previous one, that's Sir Amias Morse, looked at the trend information we had from 2009-10 all the way down to 2015-16. We had lots of data, but we weren't really using it. And they did a series of four reports, one of them looking at evaluating the balance sheet. By the way, as per Thomas has said and Ross, there is an additional pack for you with links to additional support and guidance, because part of the challenge for me is I've made notes, make sure that I don't digress and go on, because I find this subject really interesting, but maybe I don't want to encroach too much on Paul's time and time for you to have questions. So they did the report, they highlighted some really worrying trends. One of the trends was that contingent liabilities were going up and up and up within the health sector. Because we had the information, we had the insight, we could then go back and identify that was all down to, the increase was down to higher contingent liability provisions required within the health service. This is where children were being born, the infant mortality, things going wrong with birth rates. That led to a policy change. Just to give you an example of how powerful it is to look at the information. Okay, I must address the elephant in the room here. The WGA has been published since 9-10. Those of you who follow me on LinkedIn will know this is the first year, the last week, the whole of government accounts were disclaimed, the UK government. And that's partly the reason you think that's a big thing. I thought wow, that should be big news. The whole main reason for that was that local government couldn't provide audited information. Only 10% of local government bodies, English local government bodies, there's about 440 something, they couldn't get their data in on time. So there's a huge backlog. And the auditor quite rightly said, I'm not signing these. So anyway, that's why I say, are we there yet? In that example, you can see, not yet. Secondly, you had the creation of the OBR, the Office for Budget Responsibility. This is independent. So post the global financial crisis, we realized we really didn't have a fiscal risk kind of monitoring function. And to build trust and transparency, accountability, I think UK went and looked at other examples, looked across the OECD, and our I think, quite, I won't say unique because somebody will say they do it as well, but unusual that they have made that independent. So it's not part of government function. They assess the numbers before the budget is approved to say, do we agree with your growth figures? So anyway, and they were told in their charter, they were told to prepare fiscal risk reports. So again, an independent assessment. Now, what are contingent liabilities if they're not risks, right? That's all we're doing is we're reporting risk. We're making a judgment on risk and we value risk. So it makes sense. So you had two drivers, and the third one was the publication of, well, we had a finance minister at the time. He wasn't an accountant, but I think before and since he's been most like an accountant because he commissioned a review of the government balance sheet. And that was commissioned and it led to a review. I'll talk about that in a moment. Then this happened. Carillion. Have you heard of Carillion? It was the second largest construction and services provider. Over 420 contracts with the public sector. And I can go through lots of stats. It was huge. There was a massive impact. There were 18,000 employees. It went under in 2018 with debts of 1.3 billion. More worryingly, they were responsible for maintaining prisons, building schools, building hospitals. Two PFI hospitals, had to be finished by the taxpayer because they went under. They were delayed by over 5 years and significant cost overruns. So what happened? That highlighted a big gap. Government had to take action. You couldn't have the prison not being managed, right? So what did you do? So we ended up realizing actually in those scenarios, government is the insurer of last resort. They have to pick up the pieces. So how does UK government define that? UK takes on the risk that others cannot to protect the population and provide stability. Now think about this. I'm sure you all did the same when it came to the pandemic response. I would wager the relationship between the citizen and the state has changed. Before the pandemic, who would have thought that government would have paid people to stay at home? Now, if something goes wrong, who is the citizen looking for to help? Interesting dynamic. What's changing? But anyway, and there are also other, so government took on a lot of risks in terms of guarantees, providing guarantees for loans taken on by businesses. Again, more contingent liabilities. Also, government have been doing this for quite some time where we've been providing information, providing support for flood risks. One of the impacts of climate change has been changing climate. We're finding, I walked around yesterday and I really enjoyed the crisp air. You don't get that in the UK anymore. It just rains the whole time. We're getting wetter, longer winters. And that's impacting, the impact is huge. It means that crops don't grow. That leads to food insecurity. That's our challenge in terms of that. So several houses, several areas have been flooded several times so that the private sector, the insurance companies are no longer providing insurance. This is where government has to step in. But you do notice risk can influence behavior. In the statistical terminology, it creates a moral hazard. What do I mean by moral hazard? It might change. Well, if I know government's going to step in, I don't need to worry about that, do I? Again, it's that risk of changing behavior. Anyway, so what the report highlighted, there were 10 recommendations over 4 key areas. Building expertise. So do we know how to quantify the risk and price it? So there are 5 recommendations around that. Compensation. Are we charging enough for taking on that risk? It's an unusual, different relationship with the private sector. Incentives, are we incentivizing the right behaviors? And finally, on risk ownership, to provide some more certainty as to who owns the risk. Is it government? Is it the individual? Is it the company? I'm conscious I need to rush through these, but the balance sheet, then I mentioned that we had the minister who was more of an accountant. They commissioned a balance sheet review. This was published in 2020. Provide greater transparency, absolutely. How many policies are designed with short-term in mind? We need to think about the long-term impact of those. And secondly, asset management. So Fabienne said this morning that assets are being underreported in the accounts, whereas we're thinking about better balance sheet management, but also one of the areas that UK government has gone beyond the strict definition of accounting for intangibles. So capitalizing, commercializing our intellectual property. So that's one of the things we've done. Anyway, PFI is no more. We do not, there was an enthusiastically embraced for several years. PFI no more have been signed up from 2017 onwards, I believe. Yeah, around then. So 2017, anyway. But what I wanted to talk about really is the third key area, risk management. If you manage your risk, your borrowing costs are lower. Therefore, you're not paying more on borrowing than anything else. It's one of the key things we're finding. Where do you spend your money? We spend more, UK government spending more on borrowing than it is on education. If I'm a trustworthy person, if I maintain my AAA rating, I'm more likely to be able to borrow at a commercially a better rate. Anyway, so in there, you'll see that we've got clinical negligence, and clinical negligence, that's where things have gone wrong during hospital care, and those costs are spiraling. So anyway, so what was created was this contingent liability central capability. Well, there's a report with this contingent liability approval framework. It required all contingent liabilities to go through to a different team, the contingent liability central capability. We like our alphabet soup, so this is the CLCC. It used to be that any policy that's new, that's different, might put a charge on another government department or ministry, up to 3 million, you had to go to ask Treasury, and then they referred it to the CLCC. But what's changed now is they still have to notify, but now there's a really detailed checklist for anything over 10 million. That goes through at the moment. I did email the team at the CLCC to get the most up-to-date report. That is due to be issued imminently, unfortunately, so I can only refer to last year's numbers. So it professionalized contingent liability scrutiny and approval. And what they did, and this is where I've talked about leveraging other expertise. They leveraged those, you must have hopefully you have an export credit function. Most governments do, that they support trade with other countries, and they indemnify some of it and provide borrowing at a cheaper rate or cover some of the costs, and they charge for that. Well, those were the people brought in to help. The CLCC was created, it's part of UK government investments that sits within the Treasury envelope, but are separate to it. Okay, so what their main thing was really to assess the scale of the risk, categorize it. Are we charging enough? So government is not left, in a Carillion case, having to cover all 18,000 employees' pension liabilities. Also to improve the value for money case and really get an understanding of what we're owing. Let me put this in context. The largest one of the second largest is contingent, I said clinical negligence cases. These are worth at the moment, last year's numbers, 128 billion. That is second to 263 billion in nuclear decommission costs. In total, they look at contingent liabilities over $500 billion. Okay, big numbers. This is just, we talk about nomenclature and understanding, we're all on the same page. Bernard mentioned this morning. These are the different types. What do we mean by contingent liabilities? That's that. The only key thing I wanted to point out, it's the government responsibilities. So future contingent, uncertain, same words that Thomas used earlier in his definitions. Okay, so that the government is legally or contractually committed to incurring because of its past public sector related activities. So it's very broad. But I will draw to your attention, the contingent liability disclosures in UK is a lot broader. What we have to do for parliamentary accountability, if there is a contingent liability, even if it is remote, we have to disclose it. So the lead minister must present a note, a formal note to Parliament to say, we're doing this policy, this is the impact, even if it's not quantified. So I gave you a number of $500 billion, but 933 items, 50% do not have a valuation on them. So you've got, this chart will show you what the commitments are, the remote contingent liabilities, and then the non-remote. And look at the non-remote, the 5%. If you're thinking about definitions, those could crystallize. That is our risk exposure. Understanding the risk exposure means you can deal with it. Okay. So finally, the OBR. So the Office for Budget Responsibility, they started off presenting, you said, Manj, those of you listening carefully will say, well, you said they were doing fiscal risk. Yes, and they were doing fiscal sustainability. And for the last 2 years, they've combined these. Key areas, I talked about flooding. Those are the fields where crops should be growing, an aging population, and geopolitical tensions. We talked about the impact. I think Fabian mentioned this morning that 37 billion is the cost potential to address concerns with climate change. But if you don't address them, over the economic forecast period, that 5 years, it looks pretty good. The amount we're borrowing and the amount of revenue and the amount of income coming in, it's fine, and the expenditure. But look at government spending. That is sustainable. We know this. And we have to take, I mean, look at it. That's the 50-year horizon. That is not sustainable. So based on current policies. So current policies will have to change. Sorry, that's rather frightening. And that's before we get into the real impact of climate change. This is real. We know this. Anyway, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Manj. Very interesting examples indeed. And particularly if this can happen in UK, then we all need to keep in mind that this could happen with us. So we need to make provisions and contingent liabilities for these kinds of things when we talk about the public sector. So let's hear Paul now and see him covering IPSAS 19 and 32 and also touching upon the public-private partnership aspects.
Thanks, Aaron. I think we're running slightly over time, so I will try and make up. Yeah. I assessed my risk of how much of me having the full 12 minutes, and I thought it was pretty low, my chances of that. So we'll start up with service concession arrangements. Manja's already mentioned the issues we've had in the UK with service concession arrangements, public-private partnerships. So a brief introduction to those. They do generate liabilities, but the other thing to remember is they generate assets. So you will be recognizing assets on your balance sheet. It was mentioned this morning, we don't always have the assets on the balance sheet. If you're using PPP, applying IPSAS 32, you'll have those assets on there, and then that's matched by a liability. Two different types. You might have a financial liability model. That's where the government is paying for the assets. So you get the new road, you get the new school, and the government makes all the payments. The second option, grant of a right to the operator model. And this is where the operator builds the road, they get to charge the users directly, the government doesn't make any payments. In both cases, you've got the liability, financial liability in the first case, which is measured under IPSAS 41 financial instruments, or a liability for deferred revenue. You've got to make that asset permanently available for the operator to be able to deliver the services. So you have deferred revenue. Neither of those are provisions. They're contractual liabilities, they're accruals, they're certain. When do we move into contingent liabilities and provisions? When things go wrong. And Ranja's already mentioned Carillion. She mentioned all the different services that were being provided by Carillion. That's the example. So 3.5 billion invest in infrastructure on hospitals, 1.5 on roads and schools, huge figures. And PPP, public-private partnerships, are meant to transfer risk. You can see from Carillion, you can't fully transfer the risk. If the company fails, those costs come back on government. You'll also notice, if you're involved in PPPs, lots of the deals will be with special purpose vehicles. There will be joint ventures created to deliver those services. The liabilities of those joint ventures will be limited to the investment within them. So unless you've got parent guarantees from the main companies, your ability to recover those costs is limited. Man said government had to take on the services when Carillion failed. It's the operator of last resort. So if you've got PPPs, the things you need to think about, we've entered into this contract. Does that give us a present obligation from a past event in terms of having to step in and take over? Is that the probable outcome? Is there a probable outflow in terms of us picking up the costs? And if so, can we measure it reliably? Depends on what state your contracts are in. If they're in a good state, not an issue. If they're not, potentially you're going to have to pick up the costs. As Manj said, public-private partnerships in the UK have pretty much died because there was a review and the budget document says it's inflexible, overly complex, potential risk to government finances. One of the key issues with public-private partnerships is you're fixing things for 25, 30 years ahead. If it's something straightforward like a road, you know what the demand is, or you know it's going to be needed for the road, it needs to keep functioning. That's straightforward. The contracts that overran significantly in the UK were things like hospitals. 30 years ago, when the first ones were built, there was very little IT being used in hospitals. The infrastructure in the contracts did not require IT. Now IT is being used everywhere, and the costs of implementing that IT partway through the contract is huge. Most contracts, the known costs are priced cheaply, so the initial construction, any changes are priced expensively. So you bring all the IT in, all the costs go up. And that's been a huge issue. That's why that inflexibility, because you fixed those prices 25 years ago, has been an issue for the UK. So let's now move on to sustainability. Heard about that link between sustainability reporting and the financial statements. So going back to what Thomas well described about contingent liabilities and provisions. Well, let's look at the context. In Spain, we've had all the flooding. In the UK, we've got significant erosion. Those houses that are falling off the cliff were built 50 to 100 meters away from the coast not that long ago. And erosion means they're now failing. And just to emphasize the problems some of the island nations are facing, you had the Maldives government holding a cabinet meeting underwater. That meeting took place in October 2009, 15 years ago. Yeah, it's shocking. That's how long this has been going on. So that's the context we're talking about with all the sustainability issues. So what does IPSAS 19 say? Well, we'll pick up what Thomas said. You need that past event giving rise to a present obligation, which could be legal or constructive. You need to think about, is there a probable outflow? And if so, can that liability be measured reliably? So how do you apply that to sustainability issues? Well, past event. What about your treaty obligations? So we've just had COP29. Has your government committed to things there which would give rise to a past event? Is there any legislation? Some countries' government is committed by legislation to act in a certain way. Court cases, past practice. So particularly the way governments have acted around COVID and around an energy crisis and so forth. Does that practice give you constructive obligations? If so, then you look at your outflow, whether that's probable. That's always going to be judgment, as Thomas said. But if you think, yeah, it is probable there's going to be an outflow, then you need to think about whether you can measure that liability reliably. And if the answer is yes, you have your provision. And if the answer is no, you have your contingent liability. Some examples. April this year, European Court of Human Rights decided that Swiss Confederation failed to comply with its duties under the Convention concerning climate change. So for the Swiss government, there is a court decision that says you're not doing enough, you need to do more. Is that a past event? Is that going to give rise to a provision or a contingent liability for the Swiss government? Well, the Parliament voted against doing anything, but the government, I haven't seen what they've said yet. I did look at the Swiss government accounts, but they came out before the court case, so can't see. But the 2024 accounts might be interesting. Ross has talked about what the private sector is doing, but they're also looking at examples specifically relating to uncertainties, including climate change. So what's the two examples just to highlight? There's more in that document. IPSAS 36 for impairment, or IES 36 for impairment, which would feed through to IPSAS 21 and 26. Yeah. Are the values of your assets going to be affected by climate change? And then the provisions one directly, what's the impact of climate change or other uncertainties relating to things like plant decommissioning, site restoration? So that example, petrochemical plant, not recognized as a provision, the obligation to restore the site afterwards because it was not material. So far in the future, discounted made it not material. Climate change might mean that you have to close it early. And if you have to close it early, that may become a provision because it may become material. So what disclosures should you be making about that risk? Ross has talked about RPG1, long-term sustainability of an entity's finances. So this is where governments are projecting costs or cash flows or whatever 20, 30, 50 years into the future. If you've got something that's appearing for the first time related to climate in year 20 or year 25, is that a contingent liability or is that a provision? You need to be disclosing that or recognizing that. So we have the information there if you're following these recommended practice guidelines already. That will highlight some of the things to think about as to whether you might need to be thinking about provisions or contingent liabilities for sustainability related issues. I'll just finish there just with some thoughts. There's lots of issues to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. What an insight to the entire session, particularly relating it to the climate and sustainability aspects. Let's see if we have some questions now. And if we have any questions, we are happy to address them. Over to you, colleagues. This was an intellectual session where I would expect that there would be a question at least on each table. Adrian.
How many of you in the room actually do prepare those kinds of risk statements? In the past, in the bank, we've worked with a lot of ministries of finance on the preparation of risk statements, particularly since the financial crisis. And usually the people I've been working with are actually in the central bank and in the macro fiscal department, sometimes, usually the debt department, because we do debt sustainability analysis, and we're really interested in the macro impacts. So I'm just curious how many are actually preparing sort of risk assessments and risk statements at this particular time. I'd also be trying to think a little bit about the materiality of the risks. Have we gone from very micro to very, very macro level risks? And I think it'd be helpful if we could sort of encourage those working on the financial statements to focus on what's really, really material, what the big impacts are, so that we give shocks to those decision makers. And there's a very interesting IMF working paper, I think it must have been about 3 or 4 years ago, which did a review of fiscal risks covering, I can't remember, maybe 50, 60 countries. And it ranked them. And those that I recall, I mean, the biggest fiscal risk was actually arising from financial crises and the required need to bail out banking sector and other financial institutions. And very far down the line came things like environmental risks. So it would be helpful to think a little bit about internally, if you're not working on these financial risk assessments, how does ministries of finance coordinate internally so that they can generate this kind of information? This requires a set of skills that may be fairly new to many accounting departments.
Thank you for supplementing, Adrian. This was a very, very nice supplement you made to the panel members' submissions. So, Dimitri?
Maybe following up a little bit on Adrian's comment, but turning it into more financial reporting context. So can we, if you want to simplify, can we say that all the provisions should be actually recognized in financial statements and all the contingent liabilities should be disclosed in the notes to? Would it be the right simplification of the state of affairs? And following on that, repeating rewording a little bit Adrian's question, how many countries that PULSAR countries are currently recognizing provisions in these financial statements, and how many of those are disclosing contingent liabilities in their notes to financial statements? Thank you.
So regarding your question one, regarding provisions and contingent liabilities, I assume you asked Ross that question, right? From standards perspective. So should all the provisions be actually accounted for, and should all the contingent liabilities be taken into account and should be disclosed? So Ross, from standards perspective, what is your response to Dimitri?
Yeah, Ross and others as well, just the experience, UK experience could be relevant and not necessarily reflect the IPSAS framework. And Germany, we know also it's a very particular case, so maybe Thomas could share how the cash-based accounting and dealing with this kind of recognitions. And then, Arun, if you could follow up on the question and how many countries actually do that, would be interesting.
Sure. So, Ross, from your view, standards perspective?
Yeah, there's no question in the standard that if you've got, as Thomas laid out very clearly, a provision and you can measure it, it should be recognized in financial statements. And if you have what meets the definition of a contingent liability, it should be disclosed in the notes. The only thing I would say is you have to put a materiality lens on that. So your material provisions need to be recognized. Immaterial ones don't have to be because they're immaterial. That's one of the key principles and concepts in IPSAS. The challenge actually is, though, identifying. So if to Adrian's point, if you're not managing a risk registering in the way the UK does, your contingent liabilities before they crystallize and become provisions, it's very difficult to know you've got a complete understanding of your contingent liabilities and the provisions you need to recognize.
So Manj, yeah, sure. Thomas, let me just ask one small question from Manj. So you gave excellent UK example. So from your perspective, can you confirm that UK is disclosing or is providing for all the provisions and is disclosing all the contingent liabilities? We've been very brief.
Thank you, Erin, and thank you for the question, Dimitri. Yes, we are. Now, we use different accounting frameworks. For UK government use IFRS, I have to just want to make that a little bit clear, but for everything else, where IFRS is silent, there's no IFRS for tax, we follow IPSAS. And I think in terms of IPSAS, we're quite close. Central government follow the financial reporting manual, it's all recorded, but because of parliamentary reporting accountability requirements, we also disclose remote disclosures. They have to be stated. And even if they are not quantified, even if you can't put a value on them, they have to be made public. Local government, Paul will correct, I think I'll let Paul will correct me if I'm wrong, but it's the standard in terms of following the accounting standard, if you can measure it, probable, you recognize the provision, otherwise you disclose the contingent liability. No mention of remote. It's likely that central government will have the big remote contingent liabilities, so we do disclose.
Okay, thank you. That's smart. Thomas, over to you.
Yeah, I just, great. It's not long enough, so I have to kind of bend.
Thomas, why don't you come here?
Take the stage.
I'm not going to give another presentation, but probably my comment is not even worth standing up, but I just wanted to add to Ross's answer to Dimitri's question. I'm not answering the main question regarding Germany's cash-based accounting. I'm not going into that. But I think Ross spoke of my heart, of course, when he said all provisions need to be recognized and all contingent liabilities need to be disclosed, and identifying risks, yes, is one point. But I think I just want to refer to Paul's presentation. I think the real important question is what we have to do kind of, or look and interpret newly under the light of climate reporting is what is a past obligating event. And I think that is where we probably, and not contradicting what I said earlier, we're not creating new provisions, but we need to have a more complete view on what were kind of like past obligating events, including constructive obligation towards the citizens, towards the public, and what will then lead to provisions in addition.
Thank you. So before we ask Thomas to confirm this for Germany, let's see who all are doing it. Present countries here. So are you disclosing contingent liabilities in the financial statements of the government?
As regards the experience of Ukraine, I mentioned that we apply accrual basis at the level of budget units, but budgeting of the state budget is done on the cash basis at this point. We are working on this. However, the information on contingent liabilities, especially now for Ukraine, is very important. So in the accounting, in the chart of accounts, we envisage the account of balance account, a separate account, in which budget units are obliged to disclose information on contingent liabilities and unforeseen liabilities and income which can arise. Including this may concern liabilities on payments of salaries to the civil servants, because not all people go on vacation on time. Some people have some reserves to foresee for the payouts in the following periods. And this account, unfortunately, we will be using actively because we accumulate the information on losses incurred by Ukraine due to armed aggression. We need to calculate the actual losses to submit the information to the international courts for reparations. We have this account. As regards to the public sector, it would be very interesting for the SOEs to have your information, and your discussion was very interesting. For example, the banking sector, not so much, but big companies, sometimes they use, this is not fraud, but they are using some schemes to increase the provisions. They decrease their profits to decrease their taxes, and there was a very interesting information of analysis at the level of the state of this amount of provisions, which the company or the financial sector, based on international accounting standards, because the state cannot influence the amounts of these provisions directly. If these are IFRS standards, then direct application, we have direct application, and the only way we apply it in Ukraine at the moment is the work with budget units, because the state-owned enterprises are subordinated to certain ministries, and the government at the level of the public sector, at the level of the government, approves the formulation of the accounting policy of the big SOEs, of the key SOEs, in order to be able to analyze and to balance these provisions. On one hand, these SOEs should be operational. On the other hand, they should pay right taxes, and the taxation system should be transparent. This is our experience at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing the Ukraine experience. If anyone else wants to share an experience, please raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll, okay, yeah.
For example, in Georgia, we count contingent liabilities, and we mostly we cannot evaluate risks through other expenditures. Some ministries also evaluate it through other expenditures. So we look at contingent liabilities, and payouts are reflected in the reporting, and also the contingent liabilities are disclosed. And we have a question. Is there a type of expenditures for the exception purposes where we don't need to account the contingent liabilities, for example, the social expenditures? And the second question, when, according to the law, we approve the budget allocations, so these budget allocations, could they be considered as the contingent liabilities? At least part of these expenditures to cover the purchase of infrastructural assets, for example.
So let me ask the experts, because I can't think of any exceptions. So are there any exceptions where we say that contingent liabilities may not need to be provided for, like social obligations that he's referring to?
I think it will partly depend on what the social obligations are, but there are other IPSASs that deal with particular obligations, so state pensions, unemployment benefits, etc. Those social benefits are all dealt with by IPSAS 42. So rather than applying IPSAS 19 provisions and contingent liabilities, you'd apply IPSAS 42. You potentially would be recognizing liabilities there, but it's actually a very small liability that you would be applying there. It's a different model. So if those are the social obligations being talked about, social benefits, then there is a separate standard for that. So yeah.
Yes, Thomas.
Yeah, and the second question regarding budget allocation, budget appropriation, this in itself is not already creating provision or a contingent liability, because the past obligating event is missing in the case. It's just reserving money. That's not creating an obligation already.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you, Thomas. So Dimitri, so thank you for raising this in terms of which countries are following the particular issues that we talked about in today's presentation. Maybe if we want to work more on this issue going forward, we could probably do a survey of all these countries with definite questions, knowing what is done in these countries, and then have an inventory so that we know what's happening, and then it'll probably give us some way forward in terms of how to take this forward.
Thank you, Arun. Yes, definitely. If this topic is of interest for PULSAR colleagues, we can definitely include it in the work program of PULSAR 2 and do some kind more in detail or hands-on workshop on recognizing provision and disclosing the contingent liabilities. Something similar we also will plan to do for sustainability reporting, to nominate a couple of countries to pilot the SRS ED1 implementation in some of PULSAR countries to see how the standard would work in practice. So we are going to have a specific session on the next steps and work program on Thursday, and we can discuss these critical areas that all of you would like to see as part of the work program for PULSAR 2. Thank you.
Excellent, Dimitri. Thanks for saying that. So let's take a quick break for 10 minutes and then come back for the last session of the day. And you can bring your tea and coffee back here if you want. So see you in 10 minutes.
Okay, colleagues, we're going to continue. We have tight agenda and a full house of speakers. Some of them here in person, some of them connected online. We are actually lucky because Srinivas and Antonio, they're actually on their way to Bratislava. But it looks like when I look to the tickets to Bratislava from Washington, there was no tickets from Bratislava to Washington. So on the airplane. So it looks like the shortest way to get to the Bratislava, to arrive to Vienna, take a bus to Bratislava. So Srini Antonio, Srini is the head of PIFA Secretariat. They are traveling tonight to Bratislava because there will be a PIFA steering committee meeting on Thursday and Friday. And on their way there, we agreed that let's share some latest updates in terms of the PIFA framework. What are the new developments? What are the existing resources that could be helpful, useful for PULSAR community? As you know, I think probably all PULSAR countries at some point conducted at least one PIFA assessment, and many of you conducted multiple PIFA assessment, including at subnational level. So the first part of the session, we will hear from Srini Antonio on what's going on in terms of the PIFA framework and the different supplementary framework and other resources the PIFA has available on their website. And then we will discuss the latest news update in terms of the PULS assessment framework, and also ask Lela to share the status of PULS assessment in Georgia. So, Srini Antonio, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. How is the energy like after coffee? Good? I see some thumbs up. Good, good. So one more question. How many have heard about PIFA? Nice, nice. So how many have not heard about PIFA? Okay, so then most of my slides are not needed because you know PIFA. So I'll jump through, we'll take you through few thoughts about what's happening in PIFA. So we'll introduce you what's new going on here and open up for questions after the PULSE process. So we'll do it quick to start with. I said PIFAs, everyone said the countries have. 2 countries, how many countries represented in this room have a PIFA climate? See, That's where we are heading into. So the PVFM in a changing world is not just the traditional PFM systems of control structure from Ministry of Finance, but incorporates the modern requirements of policy initiatives. Like, for example, gender aspects, climate aspects. Is PFM system ready for emergency response? Something like COVID happens. Is it going to make to respond? So these are the things that we see as coming up on in the global scale. Now, PIFA, many of you know, is a framework. Can someone shout out a name of any other framework? Any PFM framework? Yes, anything. Say, can someone say TADAT? Heard of TADAT? TADAT? Or SciPMF? Or PULSE, which we are going to hear later? So the deal is, in the world, there are, like, if you take stock of number of PFM tools in the world, there are 64 when we did the most recent stock take, which has been again a couple of years earlier. So tools are many, but most of the tools add in and tie up into PIFA. PIFA is treated as the broader overall tool, and each of the other tools, for example, for revenue administration, you have TADAT. For debt management, you have DEMFAS. Each of the tools are treated as deep dive tools. For public procurement, you have maps, right? So this is the bigger picture. And where do you get all this information? So Dimitri suggested that in the session, we also introduce how to get information on PIFA. So the best source for information on PIFA, I would say, is the website. To make it even easier for you, some on your tables, you will find a QR code brochure on your table. You scan the QR code, you get everything, including the stock take of PFM tools, including PIFA climate, including PIFA gender, everything you get. And best way to get any answer from PIFA, just write to us, services@pifa.org, which will also come on the slide towards the end. We respond in 3 to 5 days for any query which comes to us, and we are here to work together with you on PFM systems in your countries. Now, let me just quickly take you through, for those of you who forgot what is it all about. This is quite an old program, 2001, but the framework is pretty recent, and it's a standard methodology for PFM systems. What does it do? What's the most important thing which you may have done PIFA assessments but forgot possibly? It's that it's an evidence-based system. So those of you who remember, that's fantastic. It's an objective and evidence-based system, which means anyone in this room conducting assessment to any country in the world, they should get similar results. So it doesn't depend upon our personal judgment as an assessor. So your table, so Azerbaijan team goes and say in Albania conducts an assessment, still it should get the same results. It's an objective and evidence-based one, and to improve PFM systems, and it doesn't judge on the government policies. PFM is like a plumbing exercise from the perspective, if you take from a process perspective. So irrespective of what the policy is, PFM systems are going to run that policy. And PFM systems are going to inform the policy decision by providing the data needed for that. So to that extent, PIFA doesn't assess the policy recommendations. Quick numbers for your recap. 3 outcomes, 7 pillars, 31 indicators, and 94 dimensions. Basically 94 points of measurement, and scale of A to D, A being the highest and D being the lowest. Now, so that's the recap over. Now recap about PIFA. All of you know PIFA, so the recap is over. Now, how do you think PFM systems are in your country? Are they very good? Good? Okay, manageable? Need to improve? You must be thinking thinking? Maybe a combination of many of these. What do you think the PFM systems in the world are looking like? One disclaimer. So PFM systems are, no two countries are similar. So you are not expected to compare scores between countries. At the same time, for theoretical purposes, if you simply add up all the countries that we have, 155 countries use PIFA assessments. So what do you get out of it? In all the 155 countries, we just add up the ABCD scores and see what it looks like. What you get is a C. So the global PFM picture shows a C. So C in school wouldn't look nice, right? If our son or daughter comes with a C, what do we say? No, not acceptable. But C is not bad for PFM. C is compliant with international good practices on PFM. So there are higher possibilities, but C is definitely bad, not bad. D is the one which is lowest. And then you have huge scope for improvements because it's still C, which actually means all of us have good work to do. We need to improve our PFM systems in regions, countries, and globally. That's the bigger picture. Now, in PIFA concept, a good PFM system ends up in a reliable or credible budget. Let me shoot with few high-level messages on each of the pillars on PFM. Globally, if you look at budget reliability, how it's doing, at an aggregate, countries do well, because if you don't have money, you can't spend. So there is a limit for borrowing. So aggregate level, total budget, countries do well. But the real problem comes on composition. That is that mid-course, even towards the end of the year, money is removed from A and put in B. And this we see quite a bit. So aggregate level doing better, whereas composition, nothing great if we take a global picture. Fiscal transparency, how is it doing? So information generally in many countries, if you take last 20 years of PIFA assessments and PFM systems, world has progressed generally on PFM systems. That's the good news. All of us have done well, and our predecessors have done well, and there is progress. And the region, your region leads in the world. It has the highest scores on an aggregate, and that's fantastic to all of your great work going on as such, but obviously there's scope for improvement. But in transparency, what you find is like information is available, but is it publicly available? You find gaps. And we heard about the contingent liabilities in the morning. It's not just contingent liabilities, but even significant expenditure is outside government financial statements, more than 10% outside in many countries. Not talking, this is all about global picture. So which means this is an area to further work on. One of the biggest killers in the whole structure you find is public investment and asset management. These two aspects are the place where huge efficiency gains are possible. You see low scores across the world, every region, and this is an area to improve. But that's something interesting also. Debt management, if you see PIFA scores, it's not doing bad. The scores are improving. We all talk about debt sustainability problems. So then how can the debt score improve? Again, the plumber concept. Your PFM systems in terms of having a debt management strategy, having a debt management office, having debt accounting, they're all improving. But possibly there is a political decision already taken for right or wrong reasons in many countries. The debt still is a challenge, right? So this is the kind of a paradox you will find, which is good news because you have debt processes improving globally. Budget documentation, something very significant improvement over time. So documentation is very strong generally, but there is this misalignment with medium-term projections and budget in many countries. Largest percentage of countries have this gap between these two. Execution, this is where you get into the real action, right? Raising revenue and spending money, collecting tax and spending money. There are several overall, if you take broadly, preparation of budget is being done well. execution is relatively much weaker across in terms of process, which obviously you would all also understand that that must be the case. Specifically two aspects, not relating to the region, but at global, particularly in many countries in Africa, many countries in other regions, you have revenue and expenditure areas being a kind of a major problem. In your countries, if they are not there, congratulate yourself. That's fantastic. These are things very tricky for the overall budget, and that's working very well if they're doing well. Non-competitive procurement, still a significant percentage globally, which means transparency, efficiency gains, everything gets affected on that. Accounting, in fact, we have been talking since morning about accounting. There is still accounting, I always say, is the budget aspect which is least political. Perhaps nobody really worries about improving an accounting system. But we as accounting community, if you take PIFA scores as a benchmark, you still have, we all have still significant gap. We need to further work on the accounting as such. So including the timeliness of preparation, the quality of preparation, improvements are significant, but still it's a work in progress, even on cash basis. Not even talking necessarily about accrual if you take a global picture. There are many great examples of good accrual, but even on cash, there are weaknesses, which means we as accounting community need to respond to that. And finally, the external scrutiny and audit. So audit processes have been improving, but there is a gap between what happens after the audit report. Particularly, does the legislature, does the parliament review, take the right action? Is it at all covered? You find significant gaps in this space. And we also did a quick study on many cases you find the service delivery is one of the goals of a good PFM system, efficient service delivery. And there are service delivery departments like health and education. If you see a global trend, what we see is a significant percentage of countries actually under execute on key service delivery ministries, that is health and education. So all this would mean what? It's a pretty kind of it means it may affect the citizen. It's affect the quality of services they get through. So that's the overall structure. And now I'll turn to Antonio to take us through gender and climate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Srini. Good afternoon, everybody. I will be brief. I will talk about two supplementary frameworks we have in PIFA. I think this is the first one, PIFA Climate. It will be the most interest to you. And then we will talk a little bit about the PIFA Gender. We have been talking about PIFA Climate. PIFA Climate is a supplementary framework that follows the PFM cycle to assess the performance of the PFM system in response to the climate change. With this, I think I wanted to make a clarification. We focus, there are three conventions in the UN. We have biodiversity, desertification, and climate change. When we talk about green, one of the questions was why don't call it green PIFA? Because we are focusing on climate change specifically. So that means that the PIFA climate is to be applied in any PFM system to see if it is responsive to mitigation or adaptation measures related to climate change. Not every green thing is climate change specifically related. We need to be aware of it. There are certain points in the PFM cycles when we can see the links with the discussion we are having. For example, I think it's interesting in the framework, we have what we call the climate change country profile, because it's important to see if the budget and the budget allocations align with climate change policies. From that, we need to see if there is a definition of what is a climate change related expenditure. if you think in terms of accounting, we have also certain elements like the review by the legislative of the other reports, if they include or not climate change considerations, contingent liabilities, also sensitivity of climate change to fixed assets. I think it's interesting to see it. And, and those help to see if there are entry points for country work on the PFM. It's difficult to see or to say the main thing. We have so far 29 reports globally. This is a framework that was being piloting from 2020 during the COVID, and we ended up with approving the final framework in 2024, because this is a nascent initiative. And also I welcome very much the exposure draft from the IPSAS. I think in the future, if there is a standard on reporting, we need to work on it to recognize it in the framework, because this is thing that we need to think in terms of entry points to start working with these elements. And the we think is that from the reports we have had so far, the main point is the definition of what is a climate change related expenditure. You cannot have accounts, you can have no reporting if there is no definition of what is a climate change expenditure. And the interventions, I think, are important. Also, Adrian mentioned this morning about the how to classify and to identify the expenditures. This is important, it's key. When we see the countries are able to define what it entails, what is a climate change related expenditure, they can start working during the PFM cycle in different instances, and also in the reporting. One important thing also to think about is that in the framework, we recognize also that countries may have implementation of public policies, but not in a direct way. And we call that operators, because you can implement in a country climate change policies through fiscal decentralization, for example, with transfers, conditional transfer to subnational level of governments, or with policies implemented by the SOEs. So that are taken into consideration. This is one thing to think when you think from the reporting side, how that thing can be captured or not. Okay, and to end, just for you, this is not 94 dimensions, it's a little bit easier. There are 14 indicators and 29 dimensions, point of measure, that cover the entire PFM cycle, that just to see how the PFM is ready or not to recognize climate change actions. Regarding the gender, we have also the supplementary framework that was approved in 2020. We have so far 45 reports globally, and there's also a limited set of indicators. We have 9 indicators and 12 dimensions to see how well are prepared the PFM systems to get information, disaggregate data, disaggregated data on service delivery, on budget, but circular, and also on the reporting side. From the reports we have had so far, one of the main strengths we found is that most of the countries are working on the reporting part, but other parts are still with great gaps for improvement. I think with that, I finished I think it's the last one. Okay, and the products. You please, if you are interested, you can go to the PIFA website. All the information is there. We have also brochures. If you wanted to have a quick read, or you wanted to comment on your government, anything you have, especially if you are interested in things, we are always available. It's part of our role. Thank you.
Thank you, Srini, Antonio, for waking up after the coffee break. Actually, I forgot to mention that some of you may remember Srini. He was briefly task team leader for EduCop a few years back during the COVID. So maybe you have not met him in person, but we organized several online webinars back then, a few years ago. So Srini, it's great to have you back in PULSAR family. Okay, let's move to the next presentation on the latest updates on Pulse tool. Can we project the presentation, please? No, the other one. Not this one. There is another presentation on Pulse update.
You, Dimitri, with the technology.
Yes, it's probably, yes, it's example of urgency for artificial intelligence upgrades. So next slide, please. Let me share with you some latest news in terms of the Pulse assessment tool and the pilot that is currently going on in Georgia. I will share this presentation also with our colleague Vladimir, who is providing IT support and development of the IT tool, and there will be several major enhancements to the system in the coming months. Right now, as you know, there is a second round of pilot application of the Pulse assessment. Our third country is Georgia. Thank you very much for our Georgian colleagues to volunteer to apply the Pulse methodology and using the online assessment tool. The first two pilot assessments have been fully completed and reported published. Congratulations to the colleague from Ukraine and Armenia for being the first two pioneer countries in using the Pulse assessment. And as you know, the objective of this pilot application basically has to do with testing the implementation of the Pulse web assessment tool, but also to identify any inconsistencies or improvements that could be further done to the conceptual framework of the assessment, and of course identifying any IT-related glitches in the use of the system, which is still there, but it's work in progress. And Vladimir will talk more about that. We had a couple of meetings with colleagues from Asian Development Bank and Inter-American Development Bank, who are also very interesting to use the Pulse methodology in some countries of their region. So it's going dialogue, and we hope soon to have news on that. Of course, we can do this, the use of Pulse tool as part of PULSAR program, so it should be self-paid, and maybe that represents one of the obstacles. And to deal with that obstacle, actually, there is a possibility of upgrading Pulse assessment methodology at global level and create the opportunity to any country to use the methodology and the tool as next steps once the pilot round are finalized. This is something that we are discussing, of course, among the PULSAR colleagues. And ideally, my vision is at some point we have Pulse Secretariat, just like we have Srini here representing PIFA Secretariat. It would be great to have a dedicated team sitting somewhere, doesn't have to be Washington, maybe in Vienna, but working specifically on maintenance and providing guidance and quality assurance to Pulse assessments around the world. Next slide, please, and I will pass the floor to Vladimir. Hopefully we don't have the same IT issues this morning. Vladimir, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Now we can hear you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Perfect.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hope you're having a great afternoon there in Vienna. Unfortunately, I'm far away, but I'm online. I was going to show you a little bit of what we are doing with the PULS online tool updates and upgrades that we are doing. You know, every software tool needs to be updated continuously because of many reasons, and hopefully enhance new features so that we keep up to the pace of the world, basically. So the first thing that we will try to do with the maintenance is to transition to a new dedicated server. This will give us, we can go to the next slide. This will give us more possibilities to measure exactly what is going on with the system, because we are switching from a shared server to a dedicated one. It will be easier to identify any networking or availability issues. And we will, of course, maintain the security dispositions that we already have in the shared server, and we will be able to apply a little bit better our business continuity plan that we have thought for PULS online tool. Let's go to the next one, please. Okay. Now, the idea behind this, every year we try to focus our vision for the maintenance and update of the PULS online tool. This year we will focus ourselves to provide full autonomy of the usage of the tool to the PULS administrators. This means to avoid using technical people for common exercises that are done in the PULS online tool. And the second one is to try to take advantage of the recent advances on artificial intelligence and try to innovate a little bit, applying artificial intelligence to some parts of the PULS online tool, to some steps of the assessment process. Let's go to the next one, please. Oh, okay. The first tasks that we have is to be able to upload typical templates of concept notes and reports, not only at a global level in the PULS online tool, but also to specific assessment level for specific templates or reports that we would like for the assessments. This will give the tool sufficient information to apply artificial intelligence later on. So the tool needs a little bit some examples, templates on how this information can be copied, can be simulated, or can be used to test compliance for the reports or for the concept notes later on. Next one, please. Many times we have seen in the assessment process that for some reason we needed to finish some tasks that from previous steps in the assessment. For this, we had to tweak a little bit the database to manually change the status of the assessments. We will change this, and the system will allow the assessment team leader to move a step back in the process. Of course, to do that, we will enable all the audit trace, and hopefully this will transparent all these movements in the audit log of the assessment. Next, please. We're making currently right now, we're making a full revision of the notification system. Just we are applying some new configurations, and we are trying to accommodate the notifications so that we don't have too many notifications to some specific individuals or the assessment team leader all the time. And at the same time, we are providing the possibility for the administrators to customize the notifications, the different notifications that the system has. We have more than 20 kind of notifications. So sometimes for specific countries, it would be interesting to be able to change the wording or change even the language, for example. No, so this functionality will enable the assessment team leaders to do exactly that. Go to the next one, please. There is also a need to provide sufficient information to the assessment team when they are doing their work. So we saw that it was necessary to have some knowledge base in form of frequently asked questions that we are providing within the tool, and a glossary. The interesting thing here is that the Pulse Online administrators will be able to update these frequently asked questions and glossary all the time, automatically, directly within the tool. Next, please. This is taking advantage that the Pulse methodology is very standard, and the way the scores have been made is quite a standard, following some inspiring itself on the PIFA methodologies. We thought that it would be interesting for the tool to provide a way to compare assessments. When we will develop this functionality, of course, we have to include all the conditions for this to be possible to do. This is not it is not advisable to compare just any assessment with any other. So we have to look with the Pulse team to view what are the ideal conditions where this comparison will be possible. And the next one, please. And finally, as I was telling when starting the presentation, there are many advances on artificial intelligence these days, and we are reaching a level of maturity where it is interesting to put some of these technologies in our applications. These are mature enough to put in production systems such as the Pulse Online tool. And unfortunately, artificial intelligence is not something that is a tool that we can buy somewhere and plug it in and make it work. This is more like a skill. So we have to see how we can implement this skill within the Pulse Online tool. As you know, there are some examples of large language models like ChatGPT, Anthropic, Google Gemini, MetaLlama, etc. And we were looking on what would be the steps where we could use these large language models to provide artificial intelligence features within the Pulse Online tool. Next, please. And as I was telling you, most of the maturity that comes with the technology comes with international guidelines on what to do and what not to do when you are applying these artificial intelligence tools. And maybe the most important thing is to ensure that that the artificial intelligence feature is intelligent enough to provide answers only to the specific questions that that is within the context. That means we don't need our artificial intelligence tool to start answering questions or matters about football or Olympics or other things that have nothing to do with our context. So this is part of doing appropriate security on AI and to avoid prompt injection. We also need to work a lot on what are the training sets that we are going to use to start testing our artificial intelligence features. And finally, an important feature is that we should be independent from the large language model that we will use. And this is the kind of architecture that we will build behind the artificial intelligence tools over the Pulse Online tool. Next, please. The first case is taking the templates that we will be able to upload in the tool is and a specific prompt. We will ask this large language model to prepare a concept note draft. We have to be able to receive feedback of how this draft was made and if it is sufficient, if it is good enough for the assessment team leader to start working on it. Next, please. The other feature will be to assess the compliance of the documents in the Pulse Online tool. For example, we have the template, we have the concept note that was uploaded, the final concept note. With the template and an appropriate prompt, we can make an analysis and test the compliance of the concept note so that all the sections are there, so that all the paragraphs within the sections are explaining exactly what they should be explaining, and have a preview compliance check already within the tool. Next, please. And finally, this is probably the most interesting one, is the methodology describes already very carefully what is the methodology to know if the score is going to be A, B, C, D for a specific dimension. We have to check for all the dimensions whether this is sufficient for our large language model. And with the input from the assessment team for a specific dimension, the system should be able to assess the compliance of this comment, of this observation for this dimension against the methodology, and provide sufficient explanation to the user. For example, it could say, for example, this observation is insufficient because the description lacks of detailed evidence, and or we don't have sufficient quantitative data description in the observation that you have put, and it will probably say, oh, the score that you have selected seems appropriate following the methodology, etc., etc. So these are the kind of things that will help standardize the observations, the comments that the assessment team performs on the dimensions. And we think this will be very helpful to standardize the PULSE exercise in future pilots and countries. Next one, please. I think this is it. Thank you very much. Dimitri, back to you.
Thank you, Vladimir. Please stay connected a few more minutes. We are going to have a quality Q&A session at the end of the session.
Of course.
Let me pass the floor to Leila to share the experience so far with using Pulse tool in Georgia.
Good afternoon. I'm Leila Bataraya I represent Treasury Service of the Ministry of Finance of Georgia. You know Treasury Service is leading the public sector accounting and reporting reform in Georgia. And now Treasury is leading also, conducting also self-assessment, full self-assessment. The decision to conduct PULSAR assessment in Georgia was driven by the progress that we achieved in implementing IPSAS standards in Georgia public sector. As you already know from our previous presentations, we have adopted 24 accrual-based IPSAS standards in Georgian public sector. These standards requirements are reflected in our regulations, accounting and reporting regulations, and all public sector entities are obliged to use these regulations in order to make accounting entries and also to prepare financial statements according to these regulations. These regulations cover chart of accounts, unified chart of accounts, which are used for public sector entities, for all public sector entities, and also it covers financial statement formats, and these formats are also universal. Okay. As you already know, to take into this consideration, we decided to make self-assessment in Georgia, okay. As you know, PULSAR assessment is designed for national government and as well for subnational governments. And in order to make this assessment more representative, we choose 7 organizations for central and local budget entities. We made this assessment by our treasury staff, and we have some results for today. Okay. These organizations are assets you see on the slides. This is Ministry of Education, Science of Georgia, Ministry of Environmental Protection and Agriculture, Ministry of Infrastructure, Municipal Development Fund, General Courts, National Agency of Environment, and Baghdati Municipality. One is municipality. This is objectives PULSAR assessment in Georgia. Evaluate the current public sector accounting system to identify strengths and weaknesses in public sector accounting. Under public sector accounting, I mean public sector accounting and reporting framework, as well public sector accounting and reporting practices, which are used in public sector organizations. Monitor reform progress, facilitate continuous improvement of public sector accounting, because we think that after this PULSAR assessment, we will have some findings, recommendations, which will enable us to improve our public sector accounting report and reporting framework, and also public sector accounting and reporting practices. Support efficient decision making, because it is common problem in all countries, I think, because financial statements are not used as well, are not used for decision making, unfortunately. Improve public financial management system, facilitate transparency, and increase stakeholder engagement. It is also a very important topic in all countries, I think. As you know, this is pool structure. I don't go into detail on this slide. PULSE methodology which we use is data collection. Under data collection, I mean financial statements, budget reports, interviews with stakeholders, and so on. Data analysis, I mean qualitative and quantitative data analysis. Reporting after with findings. Report will be prepared on which findings and recommendations will be given. And the action plans, this will help us. We are now in the process of developing a new strategy and action plan in PULSE, and with PULSE assessment will help us to identify some activities and so on. We use the self-assessment approach, which means that Treasury staff assessed with dimensions which are given in PULSE assessment handbook. As I mentioned here, lead agency of this PULSE self-assessment is Treasury Service. And ownership and leadership of this process is under Treasury Service. But without the support of WorldBank PULSE program, it is not feasible to be done. And roles, responsibilities of this PULSE assessment, users for this PULSE assessment. We have assessment team, which consists of Treasury staff, which are responsible for developing accounting methodology in the public sector, and also which are responsible for preparing consolidated financial statements for government. We have assessment team leader, we have oversight team leader also, external validation team, which consists of experts in IPSAS with different knowledge and expertise, and PULSAR team, which are for additional support for PULSE for making PULSE assessment. And this is progress so far. Okay, this in green it is also already done, and in yellow it is future steps for PULSE assessment in Georgia. I mean, as you see on this slide, all dimensions are assessed, and from the slide you can we can say that 4 dimensions they are assessed as D with asterisks, and 25 dimensions they are assessed as not applicable, and conceptual score is B+, and C+ is actual implementation score. But it is our scores, it is not final scores, because validation team has some suggestions and some our opinions, and we will change, I think, but I hope that it will not be a lot of change. I hope. Okay. And that's all. If you have questions, I will answer. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Leila. Actually, maybe I can start. I have a couple of questions and comments to all of the speakers, starting with Srini Antonio. So actually, there was a couple of slides on the regional experience in terms of PIFA implementation or PIFA scores based on our global report, right? Could you a little bit share what are the regions at the top of the leadership board, and which one may be a little bit lacking in general in terms of the progress of PFM reforms? And specifically, of course, we are interested in current status of eco-region countries in general.
So thanks, Dimitri. That's a great question. So I would answer it in not necessarily giving you countries and regions, but the way we look at the whole structure. So one aspect is, any of you heard the word isometric mimicry? So it used to be in fashion few years back. So 10, 50, 5, 7 years back, everybody used to PFM systems should not be an isometric mimicry, which means you show as if you are doing reforms by doing some actions, but the actions wouldn't translate into real improvements, because there is a checkbox approach, whereas the impact is not very significant. So if you take that perspective, so it's practically impossible for comparing countries, regions, and say a region is doing significantly better than all others on all aspects of PFM. So it boils down to what are we talking about and what context in a particular country as such. So the good news for the Europe and Central Asia region as such is, across the board, across all the pillars, if you see the global report, the more recent version, which is just about to be published, we are going through the final quality review. Across the board, the region is doing well, which is perfectly a great news, right? So when compared to, say, some other regions, but that doesn't necessarily give the comfort that there are things that what we are, where we are in the region is something which is completely acceptable. The gaps. So the future of PFM reforms, in my opinion, is not about the overall scores and whether how many dimensions are making progress, but eventually you across your tables in the Ministry of Finance deciding, I want this particular aspect which is hitting me the most, that needs to improve. And what's the trajectory that you have for making progress on that? So it is all about prioritization for your country context and getting this forward, and for which we have also a template, what we call as PIFA to PFM reforms. Many of you who have done PIFA exercises, you usually stop at PIFA exercise and then go to a reform strategy. And some countries have a very good process of this move, which means that from PIFA to PFM reform strategy would include, there are many cases, did you discuss saying, I got a C, I got a D for this particular aspect, but I don't want to work on this right now because this is not my priority. That kind of a rigor in decision making should happen as to what you want to improve immediately and what you want to do later part of it. That's the overall trend. But again, congratulations to everyone that the region is doing exceptionally well.
Thank you, Srini. This is what we wanted to hear. Quick question to Vladimir. If Vladimir is still connected and we could see him on screen. Vladimir, you mentioned that you are far away, but actually you are not so far away. Unfortunately, you couldn't make it in person, but you're in Georgia now, right? And you actually had a meeting with David this morning. Could you tell us a little bit what are you doing there? Because I think it's a good example of use of artificial intelligence in to improve PFM systems in general, and it could give ideas to our PULSAR colleagues how the artificial intelligence could be used in more practical application in your countries.
Okay. Well, actually, I have been connected with the WorldBank in a lot of IT matters regarding tax and a little bit of accounting. And artificial intelligence has just started for a couple of years ago to be included in production systems. Of course, it comes from a lot farther away. So we started seeing how this could be included. Now in Georgia, we are starting to see how this could be used for the compliance of ISO 27001 information security systems. We are helping the revenue service with these tasks, and as usual, they have very small team in the information security, but we are looking into see what tools they can use with artificial intelligence, so these tools can automatically notify and provide some compliance testing and assessments, so that the institution can govern this certification with the personnel that they currently have. This is challenging, and it's a little bit an exploration of what AI can do and where can it can help. We are constantly looking into the new features of the Anthropic and ChatGPT mainly, and this is and it's very interesting.
Thank you, Vladimir. Very briefly, a couple of considerations in terms of the Georgia Pulse assessment. Just to share with you some preliminary findings that we have identified as part of the peer review process or external validation process, and Leila may elaborate on some of them. So you may know the one of particularity of Pulse assessment is that we have two dimensions of scoring. The first one is the compliance with IPSAS at conceptual level, a regulatory framework. And the second is the dimension of actual implementation of the IPSAS comparing to the current practice, public sector accounting practices in the country. And for that, Georgia did a very, made a very good decision, interesting decision. They actually using the assessment in 7 different public sector entities, different, including 1 municipality, especially to test the score at the from the actual implementation perspective. And we even have there some discussion in terms how to reconcile, to get the consolidated score which should be inputted in the system. But we think it's a good practice to really get a sense what happens on the ground if the framework, let's say, approved or issued by the Ministry of Finance is actually used in practice by the public sector entities. So 2 of the issues that we have identified so far, that there is a high level of not applicable dimensions, 23%, that we need to go one by one and effectively confirm that each of these dimensions is what are the main reason why this or in a particular IPSAS is not applicable in Georgia. My first reading is most of them probably should be scored D, because the reason of not using one of the specific particular IPSAS doesn't mean that it's not applicable to the country, unless there's a very clear justification for that, like the use of IPSAS 10, the recognition of hyperinflationary economy. So if you don't have hyperinflation in the country, obviously you're not going to use this particular IPSAS standard. So the NA cases should be very specific and well justified. And the other interesting trends that we have identified is the consistent difference between the conceptual score and practical implementation score, which I also think that has to do with the fact that we are scoring actually 7 different public sector entities, and we can get a more clear and realistic idea what is going on the ground. Leila, would you like to add something on that?
Yes, it was a very difficult task for us, for 7 organizations to check with dimensions and so on, and to make an average score for it. And I think our countries did not do this. We was first country to do this. Okay, and yes, I agree with you, but in some cases not applicable. We should not use not applicable and use the score, and we will amend with our assessment accordingly.
Thank you. And thanks again for the candid scoring of the actual implementation perspective, because, well, yes, not all countries are actually willing to show that there may be some difference between the current regulatory framework and what is used in practice. We have a few minutes before we
I also want
yes.
In our case, conceptual framework score was higher when practical implementation of IPSAS standards, because some organizations do not apply IPSAS requirements in their accounting and reporting. And I think it is general in different countries also. It will be general because we have such practice. It is not good, I think, but.
Exactly, yes, that's always a challenge, right? Each ministry could have, or public sector entity, their own interpretation of the conceptual framework and the standards they should be applying or how they should be applying, and that is not the right approach. Okay, we have a few minutes before finishing this session and the first day of the event. So if there is any other questions, comments, yes, please.
I'm actually having not a question, it's better a remark on the PULSE assessment tool. In Armenia, we're part of the pilot, we're one of the countries who actually implemented the PULSE assessment. And just two remarks on it. First of all, we do agree with you with regard to not applicable and D score, because sometimes it is really challenging to know if the question is D, should be dimension evaluated as D or not applicable. And as you understand, it also affects the final score. So I think the PULSE assessment tool should give clear guidance when the dimension should be assessed as not applicable and when it should be D, because each of us have other very various interpretations. And the second remark is about the weight. We would propose maybe we should start thinking about giving some weights to some dimensions, because there are clearly dimensions that are with high priority, and if the country does not apply it, it maybe it can imply that it doesn't implement IPSAS itself. But everything has the same weight in the PULSE assessment tool, and sometimes some very, let's say, questions with remote importance may bring to the lower rate for the country. So that's those two remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, fully agree. We will include additional clarification on when score and A could be used, and those will be very specific cases. And on the weighting, actually, I was thinking that in PIFA, for instance, you may know that there is two different ways to score to consolidate the score at the indicator level. The average score, which we use in PULSE for all indicators, and weakest link, where a low score in one dimension will necessarily affect the overall score for the entire indicator. So probably that is the way to go for some of the indicators, or maybe we will come with something with a completely new approach. Anybody else? If not, it's 5 sharp. Thank you so much for being patient enough and stay with us for the rest of the day. We hope you enjoy the first day and have a great evening. Today is a free evening, so feel free to take advantage of the next few hours to do whatever you want to do. And we see you tomorrow at 9 sharp. And don't forget the visit to the Christmas market is tomorrow. So you may want to do something else tonight. Okay, enjoy.